everybody. Hello? Hi, everybody. Hello. Great. We welcome everyone to take a seat because we're going to get started fairly soon. Thank you so much. So John, this is the one you're going to use. So Hello. Oh yeah, there we go. Welcome everybody. Please do find a perch or a seat or generally orientate yourself in this direction as we're going to get started now. Amazing. So I'm going to hand over to the local legend that is John Christophers to welcome you to Retrofit Reimagined 23. You'll be hearing a bit more from me later, but first of all, just say thank you, grab a seat. If you want to carry on conversations, you're more than welcome to, but maybe just move to the back of the space and keep the sort of accessibility for everybody to be able to hear here. The seats at the front, if you haven't got one, so please come in, sit down. If at any point you need to go out, have a convo, get some space, there's the courtyard, and you can go back out up the ramp as well. So if we could just keep this space sacred for the talks and the activities that are here, that would be wonderful. Over to a man that needs no introduction in Balsall Heath, John Christophers.
Well, everyone, welcome to sunny Balsall Heath. It's just great to have you all here, and I'm so glad the clouds have cleared, and we've got literal sunshine as well as we've got mental sunshine, I think, in spades, in trumps, for this whole next 2 days. So welcome to Balsall Heath. We're in the Moseley Road Baths, which is a 1907 historic, fantastic piece of heritage architecture, A, in the architectural sense, but B, culturally, it's a surviving sort of remnant, if you like, which has been untouched. The scaffolding is all around us because a restoration project is already underway. There's a session tomorrow morning to hear more about that or the stuff around. So just very brief housekeeping. There are fire exits that way and that way. There are some toilets that way. And in terms of other things which are on offer throughout the whole time, out in the back courtyard here, there is some amazing flat-pack garden furniture from We Can Make to retrofit your front garden. There are people waiting there with mallets and flat-pack kits, so that what we're really talking about in retrofit is much more than just retrofitting a house in terms of insulation, windows and that sort of thing. We're looking at the whole neighbourhood, and many front gardens have concreted over, but this is an opportunity to really retrofit your front garden, so that's on offer. There is over here at the back, Tokir is masterminding a prayer space. Tokir, just stand up so everyone can see you. And this is something which has come out of our local community group, that anyone from a faith tradition or from a non-faith tradition is invited throughout the 2 days to, if you would like to write down a prayer from your tradition. We're thinking particularly about those who may be struggling in fuel poverty with fuel bills, about the climate crisis, which needs no introduction, etc. So that will be a developing thing throughout the whole weekend, and go and speak to Tokir, and we've got some lovely creative sign writers. We've got some. We've got some lovely creative sign writers. Is that better? Who are going to write up bits of those prayers on a wall up here on these clothes pegs as the day develops. So that's on offer. There's a children's space out in the area where I hope you had your lunch earlier, so that is on offer. And there is also a prayer space or a quiet space for anyone who would like it, which is up some stairs. And Rachel has a key because there's a fire escape issue. But Rachel, are you in the space at the moment? Rachel is a cheerful, elfin-like person, young person with spiky hair who will give you the key if you need it. So that's enough about the venue. So what is Retrofit Balsall Heath? Well, we are a local community group who have come together, and we launched formally about a year ago in this area of Balsall Heath. Our neighbourhood is about 4,900 homes, and we've been campaigning to get funding to retrofit our homes, because we have, and you'll be able to see it later, the UK's first zero carbon retrofit, 14 years old, just down the road here. Welcome for dinner at 7 p.m. Learn more about that. But we wanted not to just have one zero carbon retrofitted home in Balsall Heath. We wanted everyone to be retrofitted with no one left behind. So we campaigned hard, and when some money came through the government to the city said to us, right, Balsall Heath, you've been campaigning for this, you're first in the queue. And really what's happened over the last year is that in alliance with Acox Greener and people in Tyseley, we've campaigned, and rather than getting... Oh, Rachel Gillies, could you just wave your hand? There she is. If you'd like the key to the prayer space, speak to Rachel. So we achieved no less than 1,400 sign-ups with lots of people around the neighbourhood, volunteers, people through mosques, gurdwaras, churches, lots of other community groups. And when I last checked, 520 of those homes had already been done, and we're working on it. So what we've really tried to do is to have as much community leadership as we possibly can. And we're having a session later this afternoon with residents. We know it's not been perfect. Some things have gone wrong, but some things have gone really well, and we want to have an honest, open discussion about that and share our learning and see how we can improve. So that's coming later. So that's enough about Retrofit Balsall Heath. Finally, I just want to say a little bit about Retrofit Reimagined. What is this thing you have come to? Well, this is Retrofit Reimagined 2, because last year we got together the amazing team from Civic Square, the amazing team from ACAN, the Architects Climate Action Network, all over the country, and Bobby Jewell has come from Glasgow, and Andy is there, and others from London and online. And so together with Zero Carbon House and Dark Matter Labs, we created Retrofit Reimagined last year. The central proposition, and there'll be more about this, but the central proposition was what if the retrofit of our homes, communities, neighbourhood streets were led, governed, owned, designed, not by Michael Gove or, some government scheme, but were led by the community that live here. What if? And so that's what we've been attempting, imperfectly, but we've been attempting to do in Balsall Heath, and others up and down the country are doing amazing things as well. And that festival, that 4-day festival, I think all of us who were involved with it, certainly I, and I've had a long history, a lot of grey hairs, I think it's certainly one of the very best things I've ever been involved with, because we were sort of, we were not content with just sort of, here's a lovely scheme and, this is the energy and etc. But we were really, and we still are, we're fired up to change the system and make the system work for everyone in this age of, complete climate crisis and many intersecting crises which we live through. So that was what Retrofit Reimagined was trying to do last year, and I think at this stage I'm going to hand over to Imi, who is going to tell you more about Civic Square and about this year. So please welcome the founder, one of the co-founders of Civic Square, Imi Kaur, another legend.
Sorry, thank you so much, John. And on behalf of Civic Square, I would really like to say thank you to everybody from the local community here in Balsall Heath for the incredibly warm welcome you've all given us every time we're here, when we've come to Zero Carbon House and over these last few days. And particularly, I know on behalf of Indy and Sarah, who are sat here, and Nikki and others, a huge thank you to Moseley Road Baths. As a group that used to run something called the Impact Hub in Birmingham, we have a very clear idea of what it takes to make a space and a vision like this work. And then when we came and said, can we do all of these different things, they were like, yeah, of course you can. So we want to say a huge thank you to Moseley Road Baths, and I also want to say hi to everybody on the live stream. Hello, wherever you are, tell your pals. I think if you're like Gen Z, aren't you meant to say like and subscribe now? Okay, like and subscribe, okay. I'm not Gen Z, so I don't actually know what you do, but that's the click like. But I also want to say the seats at the front, there's a bench here, so do come and move forward. And I'm just going to give a little bit of an introduction to a little bit about Civic Square, but mainly about Retrofit Reimagined, which is very much, as John said, at the heart of it, and Charlie will help me with a few slides, very much at the heart of it, about this idea, about what it means for our home streets and neighbourhoods to be at the forefront of the climate, social and ecological transition that we know we all need to go through. And we mean that in many different ways. We mean that from the very baseline of what it means for us to work collectively, what it means for us to have agency and autonomy and to unlock our imaginations in our communities. But we mean that in lots of really deep and in quite often intractable ways that that communities aren't often afforded the space or the knowledge or the tools or the resources. And over these next couple of weeks through the festival, we're going to hear from so many different ideas and propositions of what it meant when communities were able to be at the forefront of that, where they were able to design, they were able to finance, they were able to govern, they were able to own the land together, they were able to achieve incredible things. I'm sitting here looking at Claude Hedrickson from Leeds Community Homes, who will tell you more about what they've done in Leeds when a community came together to make incredible things happen. And so the festival was really in response to the 2020 moment, where some of you will know, and it's really okay if you have no technical knowledge of big words like climate transition or retrofit. I'm going to explain a couple of really key things in a moment. And if you could just go on to the next slide, if that's okay. To here. It came in response to, in 2020, there was this government green grants. We've written a blog about it for those of you who are like the nerds and want to read all the research and policy. You don't need to, but if you want to, we've got a piece in there where there was this huge amount of money that came from the government, right? And it was all about retrofit, improving the material quality of our homes, making them, in theory, warmer, safer, cheaper to run, less damaging to the environment. And we know that when you have a safer, cheaper to run, warmer home, we know the impacts that has on health, we know the impacts that has on family life, on your bills, on so on and so on. This is a probably not an audience I need to tell that too deeply. And there was this, I can't remember the amount. Charlie, do you remember the amount of money? It was in the hundreds of millions, wasn't it? Yeah, hundreds of millions. Did anybody know about it? Did you know about the Green Homes Grant? Okay, so then, breaking news, the money went back to central government because there was no uptake. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants safer, warmer, cheaper to run homes that are better for your health, that are better for your children, or neighbourhoods with cleaner air and better transport and more biodiverse and green front gardens and the retrofitting of our streets. Nobody wanted it. There was lack of take-up. So hundreds of millions goes back. Now, if you're really interested in all the knotty little systemic things within that, there is a blog I can take you to. Take an afternoon out. Feel free to read it. Come chat to us about anything that you're like, what the heck does that mean? Our partners at Dark Matter Labs, some of them who you'll hear from tomorrow and throughout the festival, they'll be there talking and sharing more about this. We really wanted to get into the bottom of this. What do you mean nobody wants it? So then you go on and you'll see through the festival, you'll hear from loads of different people. There's a lack of trust. There's low uptake. People don't know how to access it. It is really piecemeal. It is £10,000 for that home if you know how to get through the whole system. But what if you don't need that intervention for your home? What if you need something else? It's house by house rather than street by street. So a contractor will come out maybe 40 times to a street rather than maybe working together and doing a street. And one goes all sorts of stuff. And there's this big, messy, complex systems map we can show you that just so you know, like when I'm saying for those of you who are interested in this, even though it's not the focus of today, the focus of today is how communities can be at the forefront of this. At the Building Centre, we'll go into more of this. But here's a bit of work that the Dark Matter Labs then did to answer this question of why there's low take-up of housing retrofit work. I'm sure all of you in your guts will know that there is no lack of demand or lack of wish and dreams for safer, cheaper to run homes that have better air quality, that are on safer streets, that are more collective, and so on and so on. So we did that piece of work, and so came a set of propositions, which was the last slide about the 6 shifts, where when you look at all of that, we realized there was a bunch of much bigger shifts that were needed. That we needed to be able to move this system that was seeing us all as individual customers. We needed to move away from individualism and the market running it all towards neighborhood collectives, and I'm sure you'll hear loads more from lots of speakers today. We knew we needed to move away from a house by house, one house at a time, towards the street as a living system. And when we talk about that, we knew that there's more to the street, isn't there, than just the houses we live in. It's the quality of the air that we're breathing. It's the biodiversity of our front gardens. It's how safe it feels to go out there. If you were in last year's talks, Araceli Camargo talked deeply about the impacts of air and noise pollution. And so you start to realize it's not just about solar and it's not just about insulation. Of course, in very important things. And maybe sometimes that's not the first thing that a community is like, I'm really excited for insulation. They might be like, I'm really excited for that sharing library that's that we've got an example of someone who's done one from one of our last events. That just means we can share some seeds, we can spark up a conversation, we can build the trust that then maybe, yeah, I'm really ready to go into something deeper. We knew that we needed to move away from 50 different schemes coming through your front door and many different ideas, and like not knowing which scheme and which money you could navigate towards, away from confusing intermittent information to like really empowering knowledge systems where we recognize the wisdom and the skills that are in our neighborhoods. And tomorrow you'll hear a bit about that through the trade school program and the skills program we run in Ladywood, where we're based. So we know that it was not just about clearer information, it's also saying our neighborhoods are full of skills, of wisdoms, of people who want to change career or want to be part of this work in a really empowering way. We knew that we needed to move away from big centralized factories. I don't know where my materials are coming from. I don't know what they've got in them. I don't know if they're full of petrochemicals. I don't know where that solar panel is coming from, towards much more distributive by design, micro factories in your place, on the corner shop where you can go and make and do and touch materials and learn about things. You guys are so blessed to be able to have that here in Zero Carbon House in terms of a demonstrator. And so we knew that was critical. And again, one of the venues of Retrofit Reimagined will be in Bristol, where they have a neighbourhood microfactory. So these aren't like faraway dreams. This is about bringing together the things that already exist into more coherent systems. We knew that we needed to move away from short-term things like that government green grants. Oh, nobody wants it, send it back, towards a much longer-term vision. If we are really serious about the climate, social, and ecological crises we find ourselves in, we know that this is a generation of work. It's not just a couple of weeks, 1 year, one government. It's a long-term generational vision of how we are going to rebuild our relationships with pretty much everything around us. And we knew that we couldn't just leave this to 20th century economics, i.e. we can't just let the market, those who will pay will be able to pay, and then somehow it will trickle down to everyone else. We knew that you needed to have more regenerative financing that meant that wealth was built in the community, skills were built in the community, and that wealth circulates and stays. And these were some provocations we put out last year, and obviously there's not been a revolution in the last year, so they're still quite relevant. But then from there, we were mind-boggled by the response. This little field in the corner of Ladywood on Edgbaston Reservoir was packed for 3.5 days with people coming from all over the country, and the lovely Bobby Jewell wrote an article that was like, I've never seen anything like it in the built environment. The way people are coming together to talk about this just beyond suits and boots in, an architect's, and actually love architects, but I'm just saying just architects. And actually this was a whole mixture of healthcare professionals, neuroscientists, neighbours, community housing people, artists, children, parents, carers. I've just seen a designer of a games designers who was there last year. And we were like, oh, okay, we're really on to something here. Like, people also agree that it isn't just about those things. This is about communities coming together to completely reshape and be part of the transitions that we need. And we were just desperately saying, look, it's not just us in Ladywood. There's hundreds of people doing great work. Of course, Retrofit Balsall Heath were a big part of that. We tried to feature as much work. So this year was like, right, okay, let's go on tour. And let's try and go and partner and be alongside. And that's why we're so grateful for you all welcoming us, because we just wanted to come and be alongside all of you to strengthen what happens next. And all I want to say is, like, I really understand that it can feel like, is it possible to change this stuff, like, at this scale? And then I'm just like, yes and yes. Sometimes it might be as simple as the total amount for that 10 grand per home is we get rid of some of the bureaucracy and we say, can you maybe not do it home by home, and can we put that money into a pot and redesign it as a street? Sometimes it can be small hacks within the existing system to be like, okay, you've all been for a program, we're really lucky to come and learn. Can we make some changes to make it more collective, less confusing, more full of trust, more full of all the good stuff that happened, and we just work within the current system to make a little hack? And other times it's about us as a generation having the courage to talk about what we actually need and what we need to leave behind for our children and their children. And one small, really practical example I want to give is that 70 to 80 years before the NHS was formed, there was community groups in South Wales, one being the Tredegar Medical Aid Society, who were organising around their health at a time when it would have been completely bonkers to say, what if everyone had access to health at point of need, not just if they could pay? And here was this co-op in South Wales in a really difficult time coming together to organise collectively around their health. That was a demonstration that would go on later, 60 to 80 years later, when lots of different layers of politics, of organising, of what happened to the country post-war, don't glamorise it either, because a lot of our welfare system was also built off the spoils of empire. But it was a time where we were then ready. And so came the NHS. And when we built it, we built the national system, the regional system, and critically we built the last step, the step that really made it work. Because a prime minister couldn't stand up after the war and say, can everybody go and get healthy? We need to rebuild the economy. He had to build the infrastructure for neighbourhoods to make that scale of transition. So they built the neighbourhood GPs. They built the structure whereby you could be empowered to improve your health and the health of your family right where it matters most, where you live. And that was the same with the transition of the community libraries. So one thing I just want to say is it is both possible for us to talk about over these next few days immediate needs, things we could improve, the good things and the bad things of the process we've been on. And it's important for us to collectively have the courage to know that any of those massive shifts that became the public goods, if we want our kids in 20, 30 years' time to have a microfactory on every corner, in every neighbourhood, and to be working with natural materials, to be thinking about our environments and our air quality and all of these things differently, it is going to be incumbent on our generations to organise to make that happen. And hopefully that feels like a really empowering thing and not a scary one, and that's what we're here for the next couple of days. So if we just go, last thing I'm going to say, and I'll pass back to you, John, is if we can go to ignore all of that's for later, the one that's got the national, the whole festival. Yeah, so the last thing I was going to say is that there's lots to do over the next few days. Grab one of these. The whole point is to get hands-on, to ask questions, to be curious, to get to know one another. But to say that we're going off on tour, and we're very grateful for you all for hosting us first, because what a beautiful place to be and what a beautiful building to be in this amazing neighbourhood. But there's a bunch of stuff happening over the next 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks. I've lost the plot. From now to the middle of November, I know that much. 2 months, there we go. And we'll be in Wales, we'll be in Bristol, we'll be in Scotland, we'll be across our neighbourhood in Ladywood, with lots and lots of different things you can come to. We're obviously here right now in Mosey Road, Baths. Tonight we'll be at Zero Carbon House, and then again back here tomorrow. And we'll be at the Building Centre in London. And we really, really want different neighbourhoods to meet one another. So we have an access fund. If anyone is struggling with travel, accommodation, being able to come across different places and really would like to learn more about what's the feel of each place, what am I going to get if I go Building Centre, what might it be like if I come to Knoll West, what will happen if I come for a weekend away in Wales at the Centre for Alternative Technology, come and talk to us. So can anyone in the Civic Square team or Retrofit Balsall Heath team just lift your hands up so people know who to come talk to? There we go. Just look around, come talk to any of us. Daniel's up there as well. And we can tell you more about putting your name down. And if you think there's neighbours in your community who are like ready, right, they're ready. I know I've heard a couple of stories already from a front garden retrofit kit workshop we did a few weeks ago of what's happening in Bartley Green and what's happening in Hockley. If you know there's someone who's like, I know someone who needs this, or a young person just on the precipice of thinking, what am I going to do with my life? What do I want to get in touch? Tell us, bring us along. We can help to make the Access Fund work to get you anywhere as well. So on that note, I just want to say a huge thank you. This year's theme will really focus on land, material and people. And the whole focus of this is really about how we both rebuild our relationship with the land, with those around us, and with the materials we're going to be using as we try to make some of the biggest shifts that probably a generation has ever had to. And we're just really grateful for all of you joining us today. And I'll pass back to John for the last little bit.
Huge thanks to Imi. So inspiring. Thank you, Imi, to hear you spelling out the big picture there. And we've had the map on the board, which is one of the things I was going to say. So, you know, I think anyone who can get to either Bristol or London or Machynlleth in Wales or Glasgow, I'm so proud that we're kicking off here, launching the whole thing here in Balsall Heath. But, you know, then this tour... You first heard it here. And I just wanted very briefly to outline the programme for the rest of today, which I don't think I remembered to do earlier. So in a quarter of an hour, there's a community retrofit panel with some amazing people about communicating retrofit. You're going to hear from Jules Thompson, Charlotte Bailey, Bobby Jewell and Josh Nico. That's at 2:15. At 3:15, Leeds Community Homes, which Imi has alluded to, an amazing story to be told. At 15:45, so that's 3:45, retrofit and health panel, and we've got some amazing people. Dan Hill, just wave your hand. Dan Hill from Dark Matter Labs has come from London to host this, and we've got some really big hitters nationally who are coming to talk about retrofit and health, and to also welcome locally Salma Yacoub, who some of you will know, who is the Integrated Care System Health and Inequalities Lead, who's been doing fantastic work in this area. So that's 3:45. And then at 5 o'clock, we've got a neighbourhood panel with a number of local residents, some of whom are here already, others of whom are coming along, to hear about all the work we've been doing the last year, to hear the stories. As I said earlier, not everything's been perfect, but we want to really make this an imagination lab where we can look in the face what didn't work, we can celebrate what did work, and we can chart out where we get to going forward from this. So then we finish with concluding comments, and then dinner at Zero Carbon House for anyone who's free at 7 o'clock. So thank you very much. We've got a quick changeover now, and the next session begins at 2:15.
the different spaces that are available. So if you're here with your children, today and tomorrow there's children's activities in what's the room called? The tea room. So if you want to bring your children tomorrow, there's also children's activities all day there. There's an open prayer space, as John mentioned. There's a quiet space as well. There's a front lawn retrofit kits in the courtyard. There's a workshop with the amazing CoLab Dudley, who, if you are interested in organising and activating in your neighbourhood, in your local area, I would really recommend going to see the work that CoLab Dudley are doing in Dudley on the High Street. There's also a workshop with Turkey and a foraging walk. So check these 2 pages out, because you don't have to sit in talks all day. The talks are recorded, they're live streamed, you're very welcome to them, but you can go into many different spaces and enjoy them. If you're just having random conversations, which are wonderful, it'd be great if you could move to the back or to the outdoor spaces so that the talks can now start. If you're participating in something, that's absolutely fine. So I'm going to hand over now to Charlotte. No, I'm going to hand over to John, who's just getting a cup of tea, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about this next panel, which is really around communicating retrofit. And you'll also hear a bit from Civic Square in this about how we've taken quite a creative and illustrative approach to communicating and organising in our neighbourhood. If anything that you hear today interests you, do also come and then join the table where there's some activities you can also do. Hand over to John.
Take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, on this magical mystery tour. Can everyone come to the front? There are plenty of seats here. I just want to very briefly introduce our panelists for this next session on communicating retrofit. And we've got an amazing panel for you. We've got Bobby Jewell, who has done a lot of work for the Architects Climate Action Network over the time since it's been founded, has come all the way down from Glasgow to be with us today, and is an ace communicator. We've got Josh Nico, who's the West Midlands Climate Storytelling Exchange, who has a background in journalism, but has devoted his life at this stage to telling the stories of climate around the West Midlands particularly. And we're very grateful that Josh's initiative has helped to co-sponsor parts of this Retrofit Reimagined this year. Thank you very much. Next, we have Jules Thompson here, who's come all the way over from Suffolk to be with us, and has been doing some incredible work with communities which are very different from the city community here in Balsall Heath, much smaller rural communities in Suffolk, who he's motivating about climate, people who've never even heard of Extinction Rebellion. There's an amazing story here to tell about communicating retrofit. And Birmingham's very own Charlotte Bailey, who probably needs no introduction except to say that if you've seen an amazing newspaper publication called The Future is Already Here, that is what Charlotte has been doing, telling the positive stories about climate. So please very warmly welcome our panel, Communicating Retrofit.
Thank you, John. So I'm Charlotte. I come from a communications background in finance and property, and also I've been a comic artist for academic essays, turn them into graphic essays. And I've been in the transitions work at Civic Square, like the transitions work, for a year now. So I'm here to learn, because you guys have been 12 years, like 4 years in Extinction Rebellion. So I'm very much here to learn on this panel, and from the room as well. From being at Civic Square, when I thought retrofit, I always thought solar panels and installation. But from working with John, I've learned that it's not about installation, it's all about streets, and it's all about retrofitting our hearts and our minds. And when I joined the transitions team, one of the first things that they'd been doing for the past couple of years is being on the street, having conversations with people on Link Road about retrofit, just a cup of coffee, some cake, having conversations. And from there, when I was having conversations with them, there was this general feeling of they know things are complex and bad, and they want warm homes and safe homes. And some, you got mixed people. Some people are feeling a way about it, quite negative. And some people are feeling quite optimistic when they see that other people are getting involved. And so within this complexity, one of the things I found that's really working in the storytelling vein is focusing on the things that are happening. So we started a newspaper that doesn't focus on the so much so on what we already know is bad, but on the good news. So the good news of B16, it was the future is already here. It was the first newspaper that we did, and it spotlighted the people and the projects that are providing proof of possibility, and also opportunities that are on our doorstep. So very much neighborhood-based, but also beyond, because it's all interconnected. Next slide, if that's okay. So we went around interviewing people using this, what we call the Discovery Canvas. And one of those people was John Christophers, actually, and Retrofit Balsall Heath was one of the people who featured in that newspaper. And next slide. So this is what it looked like. It was a weekly issue. And if you can imagine getting a weekly issue like this with a hand-drawn illustration. I'm a comic artist, so it always had ink illustrations through your door every week about the people that you see and what they're doing and what's happening on your road. So it was the good news of Link Road, and then this evolved. If you'd like to, so this is the cart. This is the Future's Already Here cart where we were situated, and next to the cart. If you go back one, sorry, getting over eager. You can see that there's one of the dream-funded projects of them. So it's a soil maker held by the community soil maker, and people can take the paper and turn it into compost. And so the good news of V16 looks like of Link Road this time. Go. What it also meant was that we could create avatars of different people. So instead of, because these are their homes, right? These are people's homes and their lives, and then the numbers on their doors. So it was provided an opportunity to introduce, these are the ambassador households on the street. So they're the ones that connect with everyone else on their street. And we had an offer for people to engage with the newspaper as well. Next slide. And then we evolved into We Love Link Road, based on, that was one of our designers who came up with the idea of being, like We Love New York, so We Love Link Road, or We Love Composting, or We Love Bat Boxes. It's an interchangeable design. Yeah, next one. And these are the different issues, and you can see the issues on the table over there as well if you want to have a little. They're safe to distribute. Versions, and we also had what was going on in the neighborhood at the back as advertisements. Yeah, that's it. And so that was the weekly newsletter that we have, which is now going to evolve beyond the street into B16 and beyond. And we also, John Christophers invited me to host some interviews of families in Balsall Heath. So another thing that I've been involved in is a little bit of filming. And the focus was very much, these people have had retrofit done to their homes in at different scales, and the focus was very much on them as people, their hopes, their fears in the work, what their experiences were. So that's another opportunity to tell stories. So that's a bit about what I've been up to, and now I'm going to pass on to the panel. We're going to have these introductions to our work, and then we're just going to have an open discussion on the opportunities when it comes to storytelling and some of the challenges. So over to Bobby's first.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Civic Square, for having me. Thank you all for being here. Just going to enjoy this sofa, by the way. I think this is the comfiest I'll ever be on any panel. But this, great, thanks. Brilliant. It's great to have your perspective here, because that's such a creative way to communicate these issues. And as a PR, your job really isn't to do that sometimes. My job, I now work freelance and have done for like 7-8 years now, but I've been working in the architecture industry and for about 12 years. And a lot of that job ranges from like speaking for people or disseminating information for others. So I represent universities, cultural institutions, galleries, architects, designers, and my job is essentially disseminating that information and reaching out to journalists who might be interested in that story, who might not know about them, and presenting it in the best way possible. It's a lot of emails and kind of like honing messaging or giving people a bit of help where I can. Thing is, like, the perception of PRs is very like colored by politics. You know, you've got your Malcolm Tuckers, who you might have recognized from the thick of it, or, you know, for Sex and the City fans, Samantha Jones would be an icon for you. But like a lot of the times, it's mainly just people coming to you and you helping them with messaging and clarity and making sure they're speaking to the right people. So it really can be quite idiosyncratic in the same way that kind of retrofit can be. It's like you're really tailoring your message all the time. And, you know, for the first few years of my career, I was working for bigger agencies, or I was working for people who would kind of give me money, I would say. And I think that's kind of something where I was promoting architecture and design kind of for the sake of it. And like, obviously, given how bad things are with the climate emergency, I've kind of shifted my work now, where I'm mainly just focused on promoting sustainable architecture, and retrofit is really key for that, because, and we can kind of get into this later, this is just an introduction I wanted to talk here, but yeah, like I think there's a cultural shift going on, hopefully within architecture, construction, and community groups now, where, you know, they're not looking for that star architect to build a pinnacle, you know, some glassy box in the middle of the city centre. They're looking for their homes to be saved, they're looking for their, you know, their bills to go down, and they're looking for that community outreach there. And I like to think that my work, say with Architects Climate Action Network, which I've done most recently, or even in Glasgow, where I'm from, to supporting groups like the Wynford Residents Union, who are just, you know, they're a community group who are getting kicked out and evicted from their perfectly fine modernist flats that could be retrofitted. And I think that's where, like, I'd like to bring some of this communications work to it. So yeah, that's just my introduction there, Charlotte.
Hello, I'm Josh.
Sorry. Is it John next? Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, here you go.
Shall I use this one? Yeah. Do you have a clicker, or shall I just do that one? Yeah, I'll just click my fingers, because there's quite a few. Hello everyone, I'm Jules. I might stand up actually, so I can see the slides as well. And I've come from East Anglia and Suffolk today to come and talk about rural regeneration and what we're doing in East Anglia over the other side of the country. And I'm delighted to see such a packed audience and such a brilliant venue here. So similar to other people on the panel, I've spent 25 years in the private sector telling the wrong stories for the wrong people for the wrong reasons, very successfully as a managing director of a company and a director of a PLC. But that's equipped me with a set of skills and language that about 7 years ago, when I stepped off that corporate treadmill, I really gave some thought about what am I going to do? So I went into work in the third sector for a think tank called Shared Assets, whose focus was on common good land use with shared benefits. And then me and my friends, who often work at festival crews, creating amazing transient environments to be enjoyed for a few days and then torn down. We sat around a campfire and just kind of dreamed about, what if we applied our productive activity to something permanent? What would that look like? What would it feel like? And we decided to do it, and we set up a community benefit society, and we actually incorporated in February 2020, 1 month before lockdown. So we spent the first 18 months online. So we've only been going about 18 months, but we're moving at pace. And so this is going to be 5 or 8 minutes really quick storytelling. So we bought 10 acres of land, which is called iFarm in Norfolk. And that's an aerial shot of the land. We've got the trees that you can perhaps see on the left. That's 4 acres of woody carr, so that's fen. So that's for protection and conservation, and we're using the other amenity land for community food growing, market gardening, and a space to gather. And that's Dave, who's also our barman at our local pub. And first thing we did was had to clear tons and tons of rubbish and plastic off the land to restore the land. And then we created some rigs for market gardening, growing nutrient-dense organic food that we give away our surplus to the community. We give it away at the pub at the moment, and we supply food banks and a place called Still Good Food, which is a charity in our local town. Because food banks often get non-perishable goods, packets and tins. They rarely get fresh vegetables. And this is our pub. And we'd finished digging on the land, and I was really thirsty and wanted a pint. And I went round, and it was shut. And I was like, I'm not going to have that. And it had been shut for 2 years during the pandemic, and then a year thereafter because no one wanted to take on a pub. And so I turned to the 4 people in the car and I said, should we buy it? And they went, okay. So we did. And it wasn't quite that simple, because it took us a 7,500 word asset of community value nomination and all of the appendices to stop it being turned into a house, 48 objections from the local community that we rallied around, and after 13 months of negotiation we got the keys, and we're now brewing our own beer and drinking, dancing and cavorting. And the pub, it's more than a pub. We have meet-up Mondays there on a Monday morning, and I have my surrogate grandparents that I come down to, and they all want to hear the news, and they give me big hugs, and it's lovely. So we're combating social isolation and loneliness. And what's really relevant here is retrofitting, because it's a leaky 200-year-old building, and it's community run, and so it's the community's money that's going up into the air. With the cheapest energy is no energy. So how are we going to insulate the 200-year-old leaky building, and how are we going to generate our own electricity? And as you can see, we're going to cover it in solar, or as Dave would say, he was the guy hiding behind the mushrooms, cover it in green science. So that's the White Horse, which is our community pub. And what we've done as a community benefit society is we've decided we're going to do some community climate action planning. So we approached our local parish council and said, we'd like to write a community climate action plan. Could we have your support, please? And the first thing, we held a series of participatory workshops. So stakeholder mapping, who's around us, so the classic post-it note exercise, kept it up in the pub over the weekend, people added to it, said, oh, you've forgotten these people. And then we mapped it out. What does our community look like, and who do we need to be involved in our community climate action planning? Because the government's not coming to save us. That probably won't shock people in this room. And COP is a failure. So this is the greatest existential threat that humanity's ever faced, and the UN have declared code red for humanity. So we're taking care of the people and the planet into our own hands. We're not waiting, and we're not asking for permission. We're just going to do. Because Insulate Britain were right, but I'm not going to glue my hands to the road. I'm going to go and insulate homes. So we've assembled a group of organisations that are part of our stakeholder mapping, from universities to higher education establishments to our county council, our district councillors who are supporting us in this activity. And Professor Tim O'Riordan, Chair of Norfolk Association of Local Councils, who came for a visit, and he's Professor Emeritus in Environmental Science at UEA. And he said there is real scope for Norfolk ALC to explore the lessons being learned by community climate action in forms of management, financing, recruitment and widespread improvement of local livelihoods. And this should be connected to county-based devolution at an early stage. What an amazing testimonial in terms of scaling. So we've held a series of workshops. So we did the stakeholder mapping, then we did shared values, because it doesn't matter what political party you belong to, it's what values we share. So we all got to write up the values, and then we all got 3 votes, and the top values were sharing, belonging, wild space, community, and kindness. So we all agreed that's what we want. And we mapped out what community health and well-being feels like, and what it means to be in a resilient community that mitigates and adapts to the change that is here. And then we decided to work on themes for, what themes are we going to work on as a group, as a team, as a parish, as a village, as a community. And we decided out of a list we'd work on transport, energy, food, housing and biodiversity. And so we held project planning workshops in our parishes, and retrofitting was one of the key projects that came up, like energy audits of houses. So we know that in 550 homes in our 3 parishes, 84% are Band D and below and probably need retrofitting. 40% of our CO2 is emitted by oil-fired central heating, because we're off gas in a rural area, everything's oil-fired. How do we get off that? How do we get off fossil fuels? And so we had about 5% of our community turn up, which is pretty good. 5% is enough in terms of diffusion innovation curve to be the innovators before we get the early adopters, and then the early majority, and then the rest will follow. The late majority and the laggards will come. And not only that, what happened was we did this for 3 parishes. And when I came back to the pub, there was someone waiting for me from the neighbouring parish saying, I've heard about what you're doing, can we join? That's brilliant. So we've gone from 3 to 6 to 9 to 10. And this is the meetup of our Suffolk Green cluster that we've formed, and we've got active working groups on all of those 5 things. We're on a Community Energy South Pathways programme. We've founded Suffolk Community Energy Steering Group, and we're doing site identification and feasibility studies for renewable energy, and our aspiration is to create a smart energy microgrid for our villages and decarbonise and increase biodiversity along the way in the next 10 years. So thank you very much. That's Community Climate Action. And we've been funded to date a little bit from the National Lottery because they said it was replicable, scalable, and leaves a legacy. So we've got a group started up in Bromsgrove, and we've spent the summer delivering community climate action planning workshops around the country. We've signed up 13 community groups around the country and 40 individuals that want to start something where they are. So come and see me if you want to start something where you are. Obviously, this is happening, which is amazing already. Thank you very much. I'm Jules.
That was fantastic. Thank you, Jules. I'm Josh Nico, and I'm a journalist by background and also work in communications. And my role in storytelling in the West Midlands, which I'm new to in the last 2 years as a Londoner, and honoured and excited to be here. It's storytelling in terms of media, but this does connect closely with stories on a much more interpersonal level. And we are working with communities and developing people as spokespeople, making content, as well as writing effectively press releases, being PRs for the climate. I'm just going to take you through a few stories of retrofitting which are aligned to or similar to the amazing work that Civic Square and Retrofit Balsall Heath have been doing before doing a summary of some of the stories about them over the past year. So Elizabeth, sorry, if we can go back one. Elizabeth, I searched out last autumn. She is resident of one of 2 houses which had a deep, what was called a tea cozy retrofit done by a company called BT Passive, involving putting a shell over the whole of both their houses. Elizabeth is a civil servant, and she describes with great enthusiasm the amazing difference that this has made in terms of the warmth of her house. You know, that it was a cold house before, even this time of year, end of summer coming into autumn, getting coughs and colds. The noise from the airport was, this is in East Birmingham, very close to the airport, very intrusive before, and the retrofit has really made a difference there. But also with bills, quite extraordinary, as this story says, really has been a 90% cut on what was there before. And she's very frank about the fact, there was disruption in terms of actually having the work done. But she says the challenge is 5%, the benefit is 95%. And thinking across the country, she says that I'd love the government to support this kind of project long term, because I know that the government's supporting people, but it's short term. And this theme of people and communities being empowered to get involved with and initiate these projects comes up time and again in these stories. Next slide, please. And this is her and her neighbours' houses in East Birmingham. Her neighbour too talks about having before the retrofit sort of snuggling under blankets in the living room and not needing to doing that afterwards. Really positive responses from the City Council and the architects and the academics who worked on this project, who John has also worked very closely with. Next slide, please. This lovely couple, the Greens in Dudley, are beneficiaries of Equans' Greener Homes, Greener Lives scheme. So this is council housing in Dudley, getting external wall insulation and a sort of refit of a new door and windows, and it's expanded the front of their property. Mr. Green had a stroke a year or so before the retrofit, and the couple, when I went to interview them last year, really appreciated both the warmth that they could feel and the look of the house that they felt proud of, and anticipating lower bills. This was just as energy bills were zooming up last year. It'd be interesting to see what their experience has been over the last year. Next slide. I also did some work both in Stoke and in Birmingham, talking to people who were facing dire fuel poverty and all of the anxiety around that, and their openness to having energy efficiency improvements to their home. Mark, who was a former soldier, I thought put it very, very eloquently, saying if anything can be done to ease that burden, solar panel, heat pump, anything like that, that's what we should be doing. And he had the sense of the scale things need to be done. Instead of going to people, you should buy one, and you should buy one, and you should buy one, the government should go to companies and say you've got 20,000 houses. They're all fine to have heat pumps, and they can all have them. What are you going to do? So another vein of stories has been, and with all the interest in fuel poverty, about the sort of the appetite and openness to this. Next slide, please. And then some recent conversation, people at the opposite spectrum of society. Ben in Moseley has had a very complete retrofit of his home. He talks about really the resources that government needs to put behind this, in recognition of the scale of the challenge, and the fact that people, for the majority of people, they're open to it. They'll say, I do my recycling, I'm worried about climate, but the financial possibilities need to be, that's going to be the driver for people. And on the right, Liam, receiving his awards, is the most sustainable installer of the year for this year, and he has done 3 of the top 10 heat pump installations on heatpumpmonitor.org. And he talks, he's a former plumber, got into heat pumps when he was working in New Zealand. He talks with great passion about what drives him is the technical challenge of, being able to design and install a system that will work really well for people. Final slide. And here's a montage of stories both about Balsall Heath and Ladywood. Hopefully some of the people and the headlines you might recognise. It's been wonderful doing this project. I've had this as a sort of a theme and a progressing story during my time working in the West Midlands. And I think I was just saying to Charlotte at the start of this session, what both Civic Square and Retrofit Balsall Heath have in common is this connection with people, and this identity. You see the energy companies, the likes of British Gas and E.ON, advertising that you can get a heat pump, come and talk to us, come and tell us your stories. Some of the taglines you see. How much more compelling when it is people themselves becoming aware, organising and pushing for this. And we've got Dave in the audience today from Walsall, who's been doing incredible work with the community in his part of Inner Walsall. I've talked far too long, but look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Beautiful. So we've got about half hour left. Yeah. So I guess I'm just going to ask one question for all of us, I guess, and then I'll hand over to you guys in case you've got anything specific. Something that kept coming up with the different audiences that you reach, like you mentioned, PR, decision makers, residents, even Link Road. One of the reasons we chose that street was because of the mix of tenants, homeowners. There's an Airbnb, student accommodation. There's a range of people, and there's a role for everyone in the climate movement, is what we say a lot. So I'm curious on that front, particularly as storytellers. I'm wondering what are the opportunities that you've seen, like what's worked for you, and what might not be working that you've tried as well. And I'm going to go with you first, Bobby, and then we'll go back around.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I think the opportunities and challenges that Retrofit present can be really interesting in how you can communicate to the media, and also like how the media might process that. Because like my job as a PR, I am still somewhat kind of slave to the news cycle. The news cycle is like, and media and journalists are kind of looking for those juicy news stories, those negative stories, those things that will get people irate and angry. And the kind of opportunities that are Retrofit aren't that. I mean, you've brilliant presentations just then about the real positives, and it's great work that both you, Josh and Jules, have like promoting and like communicating that so well and putting people first. Because as I say, like from the architecture world here, rarely do you see people in photography or mention press releases or what the emotions or feelings of that, say a building or a regenerative scheme or an insulation, a well-insulated new home can feel for you. And I think that bringing in those emotions is a great opportunity to change the narrative around what I can do as a PR and like talk about the success stories. And I think there's also like great opportunities there, but we're still getting bogged down with challenges. I was doing some research earlier today on how Retrofit is communicated and represented in, say, on BBC News or The Guardian or The Times and Telegraph. And the first thing you see would be challenges. I saw an interesting article today in Construction News, which is like a trade publication about construction news. But the idea was like top 5 challenges to Retrofit. And the first one it said was like landlord approval. And I was like, okay, as someone who I don't think many people consider landlord approval to be a high priority for anyone, but it was just interesting that, I mean, it was probably quite a matter-of-fact article about how you get through this. And I think that overcoming that challenge, or certainly ignoring challenges such as landlord approval, is a great one. But again, it's cost, statistics, all these things that are kind of like normalized in kind of the way that a journalist would talk about a news cycle or issues like that. But again, when the opportunities of Retrofit aren't just about money, like, and also what's the challenge of doing nothing? What's the real cost to that? I think I've seen ranges of how much it would cost to retrofit the entire UK's homes, range from anywhere between 5 to 300 billion, I would say. The 5 was from the Construction Leadership Council, who are a group of property developers. The 300 billion was from Savills, who are a property development company. So they probably do see retrofit as quite a big challenge because it's going to cost them a lot of tax. So, but then again, think about, I wanted to again end on a bit more, think about the retrofit. Some of the most visited buildings in the world are retrofitted buildings. Tate Modern, British Museum, even the Louvre. These things are like hugely important to people, and this retrofit does provide an opportunity. So those are kind of, that's the push and pull. But obviously I would say it has to be the opportunity first, and like smiling faces, people like that, presentation like that are an opportunity for me.
And I wonder if because there's a story in the old buildings.
Yeah, there's a story in the old buildings too. And when, say, residents come, community groups come to me as a freelance PR who know I'm sympathetic to their causes, who might be able to help them. You might be able to get an article in local press or some larger trade press about what they're doing. But it's always like sometimes seen as a negative. Residents group block building of new homes. And it's a case of it's not as black and white as that. And obviously, like the heritage that you can preserve, that community groups have preserved. A 20th Century Society is a great example of an organization that was founded as a community group trying to save buildings. I think Euston train station was one of them. And that's it. But in the media, sometimes it can be portrayed as like, oh, these community groups are just blocking it for the sake of it. And, you know, the idea is like sometimes you have to get away with that and then talk about the opportunities and why people care about this and, you know, the emotions around seeing the building or seeing a building demolished. I really feel we should change the culture about demolition in the country and the world and see it as something to be ashamed of. There's a really fascinating book by Robert Bevan. It's called The Destruction of Memory. And it's about how demolition can be seen as something that can be tried in war crimes, and is seen as like involved as like a war crime everywhere from like Bosnia to Malawi and Timbuktu. But the idea is like just general demolition should be seen as a climate crime, I feel, when it's really unnecessary and really just for the sake of profit and adding asset to property value developers. So big challenge there.
Yeah, and that's a really relevant conversation with where we are in Moseley Road, Baths, which there's been fought for, you know, to be in this space. So.
Yeah, and sorry, yeah, just there's a great example up with me in Glasgow of Kinning Park Complex and Govan Hill Baths, very similar to this, where community groups sat there and occupied it and didn't leave and didn't let the demolition happen or the bulldozers come in and made a case for retrofit there. So yeah, I think like that kind of people-powered action can really create huge benefits.
Thank you. Jules, do you want to go next? And also, I did pick up on when Bobby was talking about landlord approval. So if you want an invitation to share anything on that, then you have it. But
thank you. So yeah, what's worked, what hasn't? Well, our Community Benefit Society was set up to combat social isolation and loneliness, which only became more imperative post-pandemic, and people had got used to the concept of mutual aid and actually coming together. Our CBS also focuses on food, which brings people together, and environmental protection, education, and conservation. So, you know, how do we bring people together? Where do we gather? What do we do? And after the pandemic, what we thought about was, who do I want to be with? Where do I want to be, and what do I want to be doing? Personally, I'm kind of considering what will the next 20 years of my life look like with those criteria. And certainly growing and digging is a really good way to connect, because you're much less likely to call someone a bitch on social media when you've just been digging potatoes with them. So leave your phone in the locker and, you know, and come together. And of course, a pub. What great way to talk to our neighbours and our farming community and our builders and everyone who comes in the pub and just chats over a pint. Have a conversation. That's a really good starting point. We've attended our parish council meetings. We're some of the only members of the public that do, to the point where they joke that we're on the parish council. And subsequently, I've joined a parish council, so I'm actually now a parish councillor. And if you told me that 2 years ago, I would have laughed. So that's generally working. And then talking to our schools, you know, how do our young people engage with the environment and understand where food comes from and the story of food, and connect that, because you need your farmer 3 times a day, and you might need your lawyer, your dentist once a year if you're lucky. You know, so having a story about food, I think we've all agreed that, you know, growing, cooking, and eating together is really important, and sharing in our community, and also just like have some fun, drinking, dancing, and cavorting. You know, in the pub, it's got to be fun. It's not all been plain sailing. One of our parish councils narrowly voted to support our community climate action planning 3-2, and there were lots of objections about, I don't want to be the greenest village in Suffolk, you know, talk to the Chinese embassy, this kind of thing. And my response to that was you know, their bad behaviour doesn't excuse our bad behaviour, and you know, we outsource so much of our emissions to China. So, you know, there are 2 sides to this coin. Number one is the United Nations have declared Code Red for humanity, and where we are is absolutely terrifying, with 1.5 degrees being reported as being unachievable now. We're gonna pass through that, certainly in our lifetimes. That's a terrifying piece of news that can paralyze stop anyone from acting. And 1.5 degrees is not a target, it's the safe upper limit for humanity. So we're going to pass through that. So that's one side of the coin. The second side of the coin is positive stories and positive action. And certainly that side of the coin is what inspires people to act. So really telling a positive story about how we can have claim agency as a community. We are stronger together, and if we act in concert, we can protect ourselves, we can insulate our homes, we can reduce our costs in the cost of living crisis while we're facing this poly crisis. We can ensure that we build resilient communities in future, and we can mitigate and adapt to the change that is here. And I'll finish on two things, perhaps. Number one is a quote from Sir James Bevan, who was the chief executive of the Environment Agency. And he said, climate change plus growth is an existential threat to our families, our happiness, our way of life, and all we hold dear. Now, we can choose to ignore that, or we can choose to do something about it. And I'm betting that you're all in this room because you think the second option is preferable to the first. And that's what resonates with me. That's why I'm acting now. And just for a bit of fun, shall I do a bit of fun? Yeah. So talking about landlord approval, in 2017 I did a talk at Green Gathering Festival on community land trusts to produce social housing in perpetuity. And at the end of that, I wrote a little poem, or a bit of spoken word, and it's from the perspective of the unreliable narrator, and it's called Bring the Boys Round. So I'm your bloody landlord who's bought up all the rents, and you pay me all your wages, or you fucking live in tents. And you won't believe how easy it is for me to do, because I get all my money from tenants just like you. Because I've got all the contacts, gangsters by the score, and I'll just bring the boys round if you want a war. Because I'm your bloody landlord who makes up all the rules, and if you think your voice counts, you're a bunch of stupid fools. And if you want to make a fuss, I'll kick you out the door, because that's just the price you pay for being bloody poor. Because I've got all the contacts, filth who steal your rights, and I'll just bring the boys round if you want to fight. Because I'm your bloody landlord, and it's always been that way. I own all the homes you see and take up all your pay. And if you think it's just a scam, you're confusing me with someone who gives a damn, and that ain't me. Because I've got all the contacts, gangsters by the score. And if you haven't guessed yet, we're in the House of Lords.
Thank you. I loved how you said that the focus on like we all need to eat, so food, and so bringing in that humanity again, like those conversations in the pub around things that we all have in common. And you also mentioned that one of the challenges being that tension, holding that tension between reality, 1.5 degrees, and the positive. Like we also have power, and both are true. Both could be true at the same time. And a little bit of trivia, but on the Good News of B16, you'll see a tightrope walker, and it was actually there is also a tightrope walker statue in Ladywood, where we're based. But also, it is about that tension of holding two truths to be true, many truths to be true. At the same time. I do want to ask you a little question as well about, you mentioned schools and getting young people involved. I'm curious, just a little bit more about that and how that's been going, because that is part of the, in terms of many entry points. They're the next generation. When we talk about long term, we're talking about, generations. So, a little bit about that, and then pass on to Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, in a farm or farming community, if we're growing food, generally farmers plan 5 years ahead. So, if we're looking at leasing land, you're probably looking at a 20-year lease, and I'm going to be 70 then. My daughter will be my age. The kids that we're talking to now will be in their late 20s, and I wonder what the world will be like for them. And it's always difficult to balance those two sides of that coin when we're talking about climate to young children, not to terrify them. It's really, really difficult. But where we are, one of our parishes in our community climate action planning has the oldest demographic of anywhere in Suffolk. And it's, when we talk about rural regeneration, it's one of the challenges we face is all of our young people move away. No one can afford to live there. It's, you know, a house is £500,000. How are you gonna get the start? So, you know, the young people move away. They can't move back once they've had a young family. They can't look after their elders. And those that we do have living in our community are often living with their parents, so they're 20, 30 years old. But we've got a brilliant house band in our pub called Gorilla Glue. They're all young lads in their 20s and outside having a pint. I was telling them about the work that we're doing in our parish council. For instance, one of my roles is looking at what's called a rural exception site, which is a greenfield site where we have the opportunity to build some social housing in perpetuity funded by municipal borrowing. So that's borrowing, from Public Works Loan Board to build a regenerative settlement, net zero or carbon negative, off-grid, with some space, green space to grow, and that housing would be available to younger people in the village that need housing. So we've got housing needs, and they were kind of looking at me, going, "You what? Really? There might be an opportunity for me to have somewhere to live around here, really?" And I was like, "Yeah, well, I'll tell you what you should do is you should come and visit join in and come and attend a parish council meeting as a member of the audience." Because tell you what, politics is not a spectator sport; it's a participatory sport. So come and get stuck in, and that was a bit of a revelation for them, and they did actually get very excited about that. And so we do have a really good spread at iFarm in our CBS. Lots and lots of kids running around. Lots of people. We've even appointed a chap called Fergus who's neurodiverse and in his 20s to our management committee, and we go to lots of lengths to actually be inclusive and as diverse as we can, including young people. And the key thing about that is just making it fun, Yes, so that what a joy. I mean, to build a rural exception site and meet the housing needs of our local community and do it with bio-based materials. There's a beautiful stand at the back there from the architects group, loads of natural building products. And I guess in East Anglia, what we're really interested in again, is rural regeneration. So there's two things here. Also, we're talking about young people. Where's the economic activity? What jobs are they going to have? So we're doing hemp value chain meetups at Suffolk University Sustainability Institutes with our farmers, the value chain, how do we process it, how do we grow it, how do we cultivate it. Personally, we grew 20 acres of hemp as a test, and that's a whole business in its own right. The materials and the supply chain for retrofitting is really important. The government's estimated at a 65 billion market opportunity just to meet their own legislative requirements by 2035. So where is this material going to come from? Well, we can grow it and we can sequester carbon into the soil at the same time. So that's jobs for our young people. We talked to West Suffolk College Green Skills team to talk to their construction group about training our young people to be able to go and retrofit these 480 odd homes. If we do 3 a month and turn over 1.3 million as a business, it will take us 13 years just to do our 550 homes in our villages, or 480 homes in our villages. So there's jobs for young people as well, So that it's the rural regeneration. So it's housing, it's jobs, it's food, productive activity. And I'll just close off on one final thing in terms of systemic change, is that this economic activity is owned and operated by the community for the community. So it's via a community benefit society, so it's democratically controlled and community owned. So the surplus generated goes back to the benefit of the community and not to shareholder primacy and into rich people's pockets overseas for record profits. And that includes our energy and green infrastructure, that includes our housing, and that includes the productive activity of our labour when we actually go or our young people go and do these things. And in 5 or 10 years' time, they'll be running the company, and I'll have retired.
Thank you, and Josh, to you as well. So multiple entry points, opportunities and challenges that you've faced.
Great. What works and what doesn't. I'll talk mainly in terms of media. There's a fascination with the cost of living, with the energy crisis, with these stories which can be, stories of sort of misery and desperation, and of course of quite how bad things are. And I find I'm sort of approached proactively by broadcasters, for example, wanting to do this. And then there's the knack of trying to bring that around. Oh, sorry, here we go. To address those stories of fuel poverty with the solutions, and that can be a bit of a reach, particularly for a print article on the data on fuel bills or something. It's how do you make sure that you keep the solutions as part of the story. It's complicated to explain retrofitting in terms of communicating with communities, as many of you, I'm sure, will find daily. It's sort of, the word itself, you need sort of synonyms or an explanation of talking about energy efficiency and warm homes and cosy homes and all of this in a way that's sort of meaningful without being patronising and accurate. And I think there's probably resistance from some involved in the sort of, from campaigners and industry of, our heat pumps, for example, are, as things stand, are a very expensive piece of kit. So how do you make a heat pump story meaningful to a broad, beyond simply the affluent? I think, again, the achievements of the two campaigns being at this festival has been this incredible, this can-do attitude, which is so refreshing. And Nigel as well in the audience, and the work that he's doing with getting the households in Acots Green and Tyseley as they were added to Balsall Heath as being eligible for Green Homes grants. So a slightly different bit of the city, but again, this sort of recognition of, the immense challenges, but this is worth going for. And I think media has been interested. I mean, Bobby's saying, this is something that may not get traction. I have, at least in this part of the world, found both print and broadcast journalists wanting to tell this story, which is, really encouraging. Schools and young people and the generational aspect, I think it's really interesting, because you've got, for older people who, there's the consideration of, how, if they get retrofitted properly, how long is that, they enjoy the fruits of that. Whereas for young people in many parts of the country, housing unaffordability means, they're in a situation, what the landlord's going to do. And then I think as well, there's just the comprehension of very young people of housing issues is sort of, that's quite a gap to span. But there's obviously such sort of, I think anything with schools, whether it's sort of officially with schools or with sort of, young people autonomously, has such sort of power and is worth harnessing, perhaps with those bigger conversations about, holistic, sustainable communities. That again, Civic Square is so wonderful at starting. And finally, just on picking up on sort of Jules's the balance of the light and shade and the grimness. I mean, I'm personally someone who the tragedy and apocalypse doesn't really work for me. I get overwhelmed. I get turned off, and I think for an awful lot of people that's probably their reaction. And I think with greener homes, that is such an opportunity to do. It's something that is so at the core of life. It's so practical, and it's can do. I think that this particular subject has real power for spanning those sort of weaker souls like me.
Thanks very much. Let's see how much time we've got. Oh, okay, pretty much. I've got one question though. You mentioned And I mean, I didn't have time to ask the audience, but it's quite a small play. Like, we're all here. You can just come talk to us as people if you have questions. There's been a lot of talk here about like light and shade, and especially what you and Bobby have been saying about the media, like mainstream media wanting, you said juicy stories of desperation and misery, like these really, and I get it, you know. Yeah, when do you pick, when it comes to choosing those, do you choose the stories that you write about, or do you have agency there, or do you flip the coin? Do you still write meaningfully, you know, but accurately? Like, do you have tactics there? Just curious, as a storyteller, like, just curious.
I mean, I'm here to see and support what's going on, and I hope also to be responsible in the, you know, people being willing to do things and having agency, and I hope I can be, as a good PR, you know, fend off media that's being overly intrusive or you know, wanting to do things that people are uncomfortable with. But I think that is tactically a point that anyone in housing and working in this area has to think about very seriously.
Thank you. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
So George Marshall talks about this, and he talks about don't talk about the climate, talk about fairness, because everyone gets fairness, just like it's either fair or not. Is it fair? Is that fair? And also he goes on to say a set of facts, no matter how well attested, will never change someone's mind. It will only just make them more entrenched in their position and probably cause cognitive dissonance, and you just end up with an argument. And it takes a good story to dislodge another, a better story to dislodge a story. And so those who tell the stories rule the world. And where we are is the hero's journey, and a great evil has beset the land, and a small group of people, and that's you or us in this room and our community, come together and restore the land to its beauty. And that's the hero's journey, and that's every good story. That's Star Wars, that's Lord of the Rings. But it does start with probably that headline that is quite attractive to a disaster headline, but has a happy ending.
It's also the story of Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance, but that's my nerd drop there. It's a great series about that. But anyway, so that's the panel. We've got to the time right, haven't we? Yeah. So next up, I'm going to get my little... do you want pardon? Oh, okay, it's me and Claude, okay. So have we got a break? Got 10 minutes? No, we don't have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, so 5 minutes to stretch your legs and do your thing. All right, thanks everyone. Thank you. Thanks very much. She's really good.
Hi everyone. I'm just going to do a few logistics because, as you all can tell, we are in a building that is about to close in 2 weeks for a large retrofit. We are not in an ideally acoustic space. So and I will keep announcing this and sharing this, we really need your help to make that work. So if you really can't hear, it's really important you do come to the front, okay? Like, if the team suggests, please come to the front, please don't be embarrassed, come with us, come to the front, because it's better here. But there is actually very little we can do if you're kind of like right in the back corner and still can't hear, because if we turn the volume up, the echo goes loud. If we turn it down entirely, nobody can hear. So that's the first little helpful thing. The second helpful thing is during the talks, if you can go around the edges or come down the stairs rather than the ramp, because the ramp then creaks and then that makes it really hard. And that's really not about us being awkward. That's just about us saying, hey, like, we're in a community venue that is not made for this, and we're having a great, hosted really, really well, but we need everybody's help to help host and to help each other. So unfortunately, I know a couple of people have left because they couldn't come to the front and they weren't very happy with the acoustics, and we will do everything to help, I promise you of that. If it's really, really terrible, there's small workshops and there's courtyard workshops. You can go to those and then you can listen to the recordings as well. But this is just a little kind of plea from us as a hosting group to help together, host the venue, help people come to the front, give up your seat if you're fine, ask the speaker to stand up if you like, that helps, and that would be really lovely. And over the next 2 days, we really, Civic Square always say this, but we really encourage you to help host together. If you see a kid about to go flying, if someone's running up and down the ramp, if a pot of coffee's about to go, come support us. That individual to collective also means we don't come as customers and who are hey, your event's not perfect, but as a community trying to come together and host something. And we'll absolutely, as you know, we'll do our best. So on that note, I'm going to say thank you to Charlotte and everyone for this panel as well. And to say if you liked exploring this, and especially the good news, come and join in the good news stand over there, where you might be able to think how to bring out some good news stories on your street, in your family, in your neighborhood, just to start to change the gaze, and to say thank you to everybody for hosting and coming. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break. And next up, I'll be with the legend who is Claude Hedrickson from Leeds Community Homes. everybody. We're going to start the next chat now, and if you would love to carry on the conversations and don't fancy being in here, feel free to go out to the courtyard. The sun is shining. Feel free to go out to the front area. There is a small area you can sit in. But if you would like to be in here, I would thoroughly recommend for the acoustics you come to the front, please. If you would like to be in here for the next panel with Leeds Community Homes, please come to the front and sit down. If you'd like to chill and have a conversation, the sun is out, please go to the courtyard. Do know that the acoustics won't be great near the back, so please do come to the front and help us to co-host. That would be great. I'm really delighted actually to introduce the next guest. And I'll give you maybe a few more seconds just to grab a seat. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to be that annoying person. I know being the one who has to break up all the conversations and all of that. But like I said, the sun is shining. You're more than welcome to take conversations out to the courtyard. And we really invite you to help us to co-host by coming near the front, by walking around the outsides when the talks are happening, and by, if you would like to just chat, to maybe go near the back or outside as well. So I'm really delighted to invite the next guest up to stage. Cloud has been someone I've looked up to for a number of years with the incredible pioneering work that is happening in Leeds with Leeds Community Homes, and much of the work that he has been at the forefront of for so long. And when I did the introduction, I really talked about that shift from individual to collective organising. And for us, like I said, that is important on the everyday level, right? Like when I just said to you, could we collectively host a space together? Could everybody think about, can everyone hear? Is this a good space to be? Should I come to the front? Should I take my conversations outside? Or should I do them in here? That's like a practical thing, right? But in addition, for us at Civic Square and in the work we do with Dark Matter Labs, that collective organising is also very much about collectively owning the land, collectively financing, collectively benefiting from the wealth and the skills that are generated in this work. So projects like Leeds Community Homes gives us such a great case study of possibility. And before I invite Claude up again, I'm going to ask one last time, please guys, if you just want to chat, love you to bits, please go to the courtyard up in the corner. If you would like to listen to this panel, please come and join us. Both are absolutely fine, and you will be able to watch the talks elsewhere. That's just to help us to host. Sorry to be that guy. Hey everyone on the live stream who's having a nice comfortable time just listening in at home. Hope you're enjoying. Really excited to welcome Cloud Henriksen now, and I'm going to hand over and I'll just be here for any questions and convos.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I get the sunshine. I get the sunshine. I was thinking when I first came in, I've never actually stood in a swimming pool. You know, and it took me, looking around, it took me back to my youth and swimming pools, and, you know, you come swimming in here, but you'd never actually seen it empty. So it's an interesting, anyway, thank you, Civic Group, for the invite. I know it was a bit short notice, but anyway, my name's Claude Henriksen, and I'm from Leeds. I'm trying to work this thing out. I'm from Leeds, and I'm part of our climate action group in Leeds. And I'm involved in the housing section of Climate Action Leeds. So we wrote a proposal for housing under Leeds Climate Action. I'm the founder of a project which you're going to find out a little bit more about called Frontline Self-Build. I'm right now an accredited community-led housing advisor. I'm also a community land trust ambassador. And I'm the Equalities and Diversity and Inclusion Associate with Leeds Community Homes. So my role within the community-led housing sector is to look at equality, diversity and inclusion. I'm part of a We're Right Here campaign think tank, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more about in a while. I'm also part of a think tank that goes by the name of Same Skies West Yorkshire. And at this moment, I'm doing a bit of research into BME people within the community-led housing sector. Next slide, please. What I'm going to do quickly is take you on a journey, my housing journey, what inspired me, my observations, implementation, and promotion. Now, for 6 minutes, I want you to watch this video. Some of you may have seen this video a long time ago, but just to set the scene, thank you.
My name's Randolph Martin. Supposed to do in a house a month. We're a bit behind. There's still a fair bit for us to do. It's just that we're worried about getting the shelves up before the winter. I don't know. I reckon we'll still get them up for October, end of October. Yeah, I reckon so. 12 of us are building our own houses. Most of us live in substandard housing or homes that are not our own. We've been trying to get the outside work done by December. The project was the vision of one local man, Claude Hendrickson.
It was all cobbled streets. It was atrocious. And this is what really drives me. In the mid-80s, we had streets and streets of houses blocked up. Empty. Boarded up, doing nothing, whilst people were living 3 to a bedroom, 4 to a bedroom. And again, these were things that inspired us to get up and do the self-build. You're talking in maybe 20 houses, you're talking at least 8, 9 of them, not like this. And turn the camera. You know, you talk about 8, 9 of them in disrepair like this. This was the tendency in nearly every single street within Chapeltown.
Last year, winter, this started happening. This is my flat, a typical example of the housing around the area. And I can't live here anymore. It's not as bad now, but wait till the winter sets in again. All this is going to drop down.
My name is Michael Bent, one of the bricklayers for Frontline Self-Build. Today, Saturday, what we've decided to come in today and actually finish the gable end so that we can actually have it all ready, prepared for Monday morning. To me, Frontline is my life. We're doing a good thing for the community, not just in building houses, but to teach the young generation out there, if they want something in life, they can actually get that with hard work.
This is upstairs. Got all the studding, the door linings are in position. This will be the bathroom. I mean, a lot of people have come in and says it's a bit small, but I mean, as far as we're concerned, it's for us, you know. And I know Mike, I brought all my kids up here, and right now they're arguing about the bedrooms. I think I've got to sleep downstairs now. But I don't mind. It's mine, my house. I built it. The weather's not been too kind to us, but we still managed to just keep up. I reckon could still do it, depending on the guys. The other day it was raining, and when I say it raining cats and dogs, and this guy was in the gutter, and I said, Mackie, tea time. And he said, Shorty, F the rain, let's get this trench dug. I mean, that's the kind of attitude I'd like to hear. Comic Relief has given us the money to pay for Graham Gill. He's our site supervisor.
At this moment in time, we've been on site 6 months. We've put up the equivalent of 10 houses, which really, realistically speaking, for a self-build, it's better than any self-build that's ever gone before it. No other self-build has managed to do it as quick as this, or to the standard that this one's been done either. This is the largest group that I know of within Chapeltown region, 12 men working together, and I think the experience that they gain from this will help them to stay together, to form a cooperative and tender for work within the community.
Some of the people that are out of work right now, in a couple of years we could be employing them ourselves and helping to solve the housing problem that we have in our community. You're not saying self-build can solve it, or we're not saying Frontline can solve the whole of it, but we're saying Frontline is definitely taking a step in the right direction.
My name is Tyson Thomas. My dad's name is called Thomas Cecil Thomas.
The youths out there, they don't really have much really to look forward to, because I never. Now it's our turn to show our generation what they can really do if they put their mind to it.
One love, what about a one heart, what about a let's get together and feel alright. As it was in the beginning, one love, so shall it be in the end. One heart, alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. On from that, I hope you enjoyed that video. It was a long time in the making. I was quite young then, a long time, 30 years ago. So I've been banging this drum for community-led housing for over 30 years. Even with doing a project like that you would believe that the system would think that more of it should be done, but it hasn't been done. And we're gonna go through, I look back over the housing, and when you talk about retrofitting, I put retrofitting against gentrifying communities, because they didn't need to knock down a lot of the houses that they did. They could have retrofitted them in the 60s and 70s and probably saved a hell of a lot of money. So retrofit for me versus gentrification. And being of the African Caribbean community, we've had to observe and live through the gentrification of areas like Brixton, Ladbroke Grove, Moss Side, Chapeltown, Radford in Nottingham, Handsworth in Birmingham, where there was the opportunity right there to retrofit, to refurbish, to train and give people employable skills. And when you speak about the history of housing in the UK, you know, they haven't been building enough houses or keep up with houses for over 40 years. So we've not come to this problem kind of by, for me, it's by mismanagement of governments and local authorities, but we don't want to get into that. But so there in the 80s, we were sitting in communities, high unemployment, construction was going down the pan, not enough construction workers, and anybody that's got a house will always find out to find a good plumber, to find a good electrician, to find a good painter and decorator. Even now, we're struggling. So that was the 80s flip. In the 90s, the government came up with what they said was another way of dealing with the housing problem we had in the UK. They created housing associations, housing, and I loved, where's he gone? With the poem. Where's the poem man gone? Oh, the poem man's right at the back. Sang about the landlords. And they created that new form of landlords, which was housing associations, which came into areas, especially into our area, and said they would be with sweeteners about they would create jobs and employment and training to young people in that area. It never happened. So that was, and then there was the right to buy. Maybe a better option would have been, if I can remember, the right for the community to take on housing. And then they created a kind of situation where they have social housing and they have affordable housing. Now you have to ask yourself which one of them you fit into. Are you going into social housing or are you going to affordable housing? Next slide. So that was what drove me at a young age of 28 when we set out on the journey with the Self-Build project to look at if we couldn't do it ourselves. And we found community-led housing. And just here, for those of you that don't know, the different the different options around community-led housing: custom-built, self-built, cooperatives, co-housing, and community land trust. And as it was said before, housing is the foundation of community wealth. If communities live in decent houses, communities generally get on better than those that live in bad housing. Next slide. So my journey, quickly, Frontline Self-Build started on the 23rd of March 1993, actually on site. It took us 6 years to get to that point, and in 18 months we laid 92,000 bricks, 52,000 blocks, and built 12 semi-detached houses, which the bottom picture shows you them houses 25 years on. Next slide. Leeds Community Homes, who I am an associate with, and which is part of the People Powered Homes Network. And we're wanting to contribute to solving the housing crisis through cooperatives and community-led housing. So we're not saying that community-led housing will solve the housing issue, but we want to contribute. Why cannot people who, for example, in Leeds, we've got something like a 23,000 housing waiting list, 23,000 people waiting for housing. So why can't they contribute to solving their housing problems? I mean, across Britain, I don't know how many people are on housing waiting lists, but I'm sure it would be close to 500,000. Why can we not contribute? So very much, I was commissioned by Leeds City Council back in 2015-16 to write a 10-year strategy for community-led housing. And I'm just going to take you through some of the small outcomes that came. Next slide, please. We had projected back then, because Leeds needed to build 50,000 houses. So Leeds had said that in 2016, over the next 10 years, they were going to build 50,000 houses, which isn't happening. Won't happen, but anyway. What we had proposed was that 30 houses a year could be done community-led. So over 10 years, that would be 300 houses. That would leave the other 49,700 to be done the traditional way. 49,700 to be done the traditional way, where we would have done 300. We would also within bringing these new homes back into circulation, we were talking retrofit, we was talking the empty homes program where people have got houses in our communities that have been stood there but nobody lives there. We would bring them back in. We would also have X number of people visit the website, but the other thing that was crucial to me was that 45% of self-builders would receive construction training. That would bring 500 unemployed people back into the employment market. Plumbers, electricians, roofers, landscape gardeners. So when housing associations speak about housing, they speak about units. We're going to build 50 units. When we talk about it, we're building 50 homes. There's a massive difference when you look at them as units and when you look at them as homes. So again, within our strategy document, again, people ask me, well, what happened to that strategy document? That strategy document, in principle, sits in the local authority offices, probably gathering dust. I did that in 2016. It's 2023 now. And part of that is because of political willingness. So, for example, I live in a council, a Labour council, but we've got a Conservative government. So what the council have told me is they don't want to promote what we've done, the research, because they don't want the Conservative governments taking advantage of it. So it sits there. I'm only hoping and praying that if Labour gets in at the next election, that they may action it. But we're going to speak a little bit more about that in a little while, because I'm part of another lobbying organisation which is looking at changing that. Next slide, please. Next slide. In Leeds, we have, since Frontline started in '88, we have a fantastic, or it has a good history of cooperative housing projects. So we have projects like Latch, which is working with homeless people, creating volunteers to change their own housing. We have Canopy, which is doing more or less the same, looking at working with homeless people. We have Gypsal, an organization that's supporting independent living with young people who are sofa surfing. We have a project that you may have all heard about, a co-housing project called Lilac, which happened in 2006, which is a really good project, but a bit, because you have to have your own finance to put into it. Then we have more recently just completed, in fact, tonight, they're having their official opening of the Chaco project in Leeds, Chapeltown co-housing, where they've just finished building 29 houses. I'm not going to be able to get to the opening, so they're not going to be happy about that, but that's tonight. So in Leeds, we have, and I'm really proud of that, we have a really good cooperative housing movement, but it's still not getting the traction. It's still not creating the waves within Leeds. Next slide. Core benefits. I want to speak about some of the core benefits. Go through the flip until I get the sheet down. Quality housing stock is increased. Empty homes are reduced. Better housing design and innovation. Increased diverse and eco-housing profile. Inward investment for Leeds is increased. Enterprise opportunities, construction and maintenance sector increased. Because I totally believe that one of the problems we have with existing housing in the UK, because some of the housing some of us are living in now were built maybe 50 years ago, maybe 60 years ago, some of them even longer than that. And the reason that they're still standing and that we're living in, because they're maintained well. Bad maintenance, and local authorities over the decades have badly maintained housing, you know. So Increased diversification of the built environment. And when I talk about that, I talk about the opportunities around, and the poem man talked about it earlier, about encouraging young people, because as much as we talk about climate change, it's happening now. Right now, we're in climate change. It's not something that's coming, it's something that we're living in now. And some of the, I've got to watch how I say this, some of the dinosaurs that are making the laws are not going to be around, so it doesn't matter to them. But it does matter to our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren, and that's how we're supposed to be thinking. When the people built the communities 100 years, built those, they were thinking about the people that were going to be living in them. We should also be thinking that way. What do we want to leave to that next generation of young people? That's how we should be thinking. And it's not about cost, in my opinion, because the council build houses. Council get funding to build houses. That funding is paid back within 25 to 30 years. The houses live for another 75 years, so they're making profit apart from maintenance beyond that. Next slide. Right, I talk a lot about community wealth building, and I believe that housing is the foundation of community wealth building. The strategies defines community wealth as retaining more wealth and opportunity to the benefit of local people, challenging the current economic model that benefits a select few instead of benefiting the majority. Locally rooted institutions known as anchor institutions to create conditions for fair, as was said by the poem man, fair employment and labour markets, making financial power work for local people, and socially productive use of land and property. I mention that because I'm part of a group, next slide, am I ready for it? I'm part of a group called We're Right Here. And do visit the website if you've not been to the website. And We're Right Here is a lobbying group that is calling for a Community Power Act. A major piece of legislation which would fundamentally change where power lies in the country and lies within communities. Next slide. This proposal has 3 parts. Establishing community rights, so that would be number 1, giving the community the right to buy community buildings and spaces within their area. So communities could come together by housing, communities could come together as a land trust and have land. Community right to shape our public services, and a community right to control investment. So communities have a right to say where they think funding should be spent within their communities at any given time, not to just have it imposed on us. These rights are designed to support and encourage local communities to take actions to shape their future of their neighborhoods. Next slide. The Community Act 3 rights, and if you go on the website, www.whererighthere.co.uk, and you'll see all, and please, if you do go on, have a look, join the movement. You can register to just become a member. And what we're doing over the next couple of months, we're at all the political conferences, lobbying the Conservative government as they stand, lobbying the Labour Party, hopefully they'll get in, lobbying all political parties to give power, some power, back to communities, back to young people, back to communities, such as what's happening here today. Back one. And one of the big things we'd like to see is a community power commissioner, somebody that is in the community, but linked into the system, but their office is in the community, not down at the civic hall, not in another place, but an actual office in the community where people can go every day and speak to them. So yeah, we believe the Community Power Act is the missing piece of the devolution puzzle, because they're using devolution in creating mayors around the country, which is supposed to change that. But what's happening on the ground in communities? Next, next slide. 4 million homes. I'm also part of the 4 million homes network, which is the cooperative housing movement, which is running a series of training courses around the country. We've just done London, Birmingham, Liverpool and Leeds. We're going to Bristol, Newcastle, somewhere in Wales, I can't remember, and somewhere else. But the 4 million homes, and again, do look this up, is a strategy for training residents in their communities to come together to take more control. It's about resident training. So residents can start working together. Last slide before I get a finger up again. So yeah, they're the organizations I'm kind of always pitching for. Community Land Trust Network, Same Skies is a think tank, We're Right Here, Climate Action Leads, and 4 Million Homes. Please visit the 4 Million Homes website. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to say a huge thank you to you really for all of your work as well, because that piece of going from demonstrating this 30 years ago at a time where the community housing movement, whilst it's rooted in kind of many particularly black and brown communities around the world, in the UK you've been one of those people that have really been part of this story of making this come into the mainstream and to be making the case for why it's so important. And I just want to say a huge thank you really for all of your work, because it's incredibly important to us. I mean, I was about to say, I don't count in the young people's generation anymore, but because I started this work when I was a young person, I'm like, or defined as a young person, I think it's really critical to outline how important that generational sharing and work is. Again, John has always been super generous with us with all of his knowledge, particularly around natural materials, and it's really, and the work that he's done at Zero Carbon House. So I want to say thank you for that, because this morning when I shared that introduction of like, how do we get from radical precedents of things that are like on the fringes and on the edges, and like I'm sure in lots of places you guys are on the edge and annoying at the Christmas table, in different places your family are like, oh God, here she goes again, which is like what it is like for me. But like how you get, and what history shows us about how you get from those radical edges to what becomes just the norm as new public goods. How we go through that journey of being like health is only for the rich to the NHS. These are journeys, right? And same with the community libraries, same with all the big shifts we want to make. And that piece I was talking about before, if you want to read some of our writing on it, there's quite a bit around how we talk around these 60 to 80 year journeys where everything changes in society, how we understand. And it often, as much as I guess many people in this room don't like to admit it, it's not always the nice way out. It doesn't happen just because we campaigned enough, it happens because of many different things meeting a political or a material reality. And I think that the ground that you've laid, John, and many others have laid in like making it much easier for us to come and pick up the mantle and say, right, like now we go down the legislative route with We're Right Here. I was a little part of the early part of that group, and many other things, whether it's working on the ground or whether it's policy, this is really important. So I just wanted to share that it's really important for us to have this, and this is something that we think is really important in our neighbourhoods as well, that we don't understand this kind of as individual journeys just where we need to know all the answers, all the answers need to come from outside. There's a lot of wisdom, knowledge, practice that might not translate directly, but we really need to spend time listening to it, being in it. I'm often a bit of a revolution utopian person, and then I'll nicely be humbled by someone who's like, go and try just change that one thing with your city council or whatever, right? And so I think it's just really important. I want to say a huge thank you to you for all of your work and for spending time with us, and I think we're going to see you in different places across the festival as well, so thanks so much. We have another round of applause. So we are going to just keep moving through the program now, and you're more than welcome to ease out, go to other spaces. A reminder, as more children and after school things are starting to, I've seen people come in, you can still go to the courtyard, you can still go and find out about front garden retrofit kits. If you didn't make it to CoLab Dudley's workshop, they're still here. I've had a number of people saying to me, hey, I really need to know how to organise in my place. I'm from Wheelie Castle, I'm from Walsall, I'm from here. We're here. I can see one of the CoLab Dudley team walking down the ramp like a hero. Go on, Lorna. She's someone you can go and talk to. You can come and talk to our team. You can quietly get on with an activity if you want at the back and just listen in. But on the main stage program, we're just going to keep going to try and keep on track. One little thing whilst I've got many of you here, you're welcome to join us at dinner at Zero Carbon House at 7 o'clock. But I say things like this, and then the team are like, you have no idea about the ops. We're sold out, so just come and fully double check with Nikki about numbers, but I think we've still got a few spaces. So last thing that I want to just share before we move on to handing over to Dan and Dark Matter Labs is the sort of inspiration behind this next panel really for us, and a lot of this work came from Dark Matter Labs for us. Sarah's going to put up a slide. Are you, Sarah? Yeah. That I wanted to just share. That when I saw this diagram, my understanding of what we're talking about from Dark Matter Labs fundamentally changed. I was like, oh, God, we really do know everything, but we have no way of understanding how to organize around it. And so I saw this diagram, and it was game-changing for me. And it just showed, don't worry too much about the language, but it just showed what happens when we have a home that is, let's just say, underperforming for a second. Maybe it's cold, maybe it's damp, maybe its air quality is poor, maybe there's many other things, and all the impacts it has, from noise pollution to air quality to humidity to overheating to many other things. And then it goes on to show all the different stresses that can create on your life. And then it goes on to show all of the impacts that has on all of the systems, from the NHS to many other places who are picking up the costs of that. And I remember Indy Johar, one of the founders of Dark Matter Labs, who you'll hear from at the Building Centre, because he's going to talk to us about materials and a few other things. I remember him saying, it isn't that we don't know this. It isn't that we don't know that if we improve the quality of our homes, we across the board, from both a justice and a financial and many other layers, the transformations that we can make at a societal level are so vast, right? And in the first slide I did this morning, we talked about moving from short-term programs to a long-term vision. And we've got loads more slides like this that you guys have done that show who's paying for what then, what are the police paying for, what are the CCG paying for, what are the NHS picking up, what are the council having to do, children who have asthma from poor quality homes, the amount of times they spend in hospital when they're young, meaning they're out of school, and the links to incarceration, and so on and so on. You know, there's all this work. Now, I'm not asking you to sit down here and be like, let me go into all of this complexity. But there was one thing that I remember that Indy and Dark Matter Labs said to me that just transformed my understanding of it. And Indy used to say, most of this is an accounting problem. It's not that we don't even know. And I was like, what do you mean? It was like, we know all of the transformations over the long term that happen if we improve our homes and our streets across. It's like the start, right? The start, a healthy home, a healing home is at the start of pretty much everything. It's just that we don't know how to account for and invest in those future liabilities and save them now. So we don't know how to improve all of that and say, we know that it will save us lots of money in the future, or it will do all these different outcomes across justice, across equity, across just a healthier society. And so I wanted to say that in the mixture of today and tomorrow, the whole point of today and tomorrow and the festival is just to keep provoking us and get us thinking. Not everything will resonate with everyone, but just if you're not an organizer on your street, if you're not like the big movement maker, or you're not like, I don't know, building a retrofit kit out there, maybe you're interested in skills, or you're interested in accounting, or you're sat here from the NHS, or you're a midwife who I was talking to Joe this morning, and the importance of care in these processes and how the lack of care led to quite a few relationships breaking down when certain programs happen. I just want to say that it's really important to be able to tap in and to think about, if you're feeling frustrated or cynical, or but what about that problem, but what about policy, but what about health, but what about street organizing, but I'm an architect, or you're thinking about materials, and God, they don't know that we don't have enough materials to do solar panels on every house. This is what this festival is for. It's not to have a truth up here. It's to be able to really unlock where you're coming from, bring your skills, your knowledge, encourage critique and debate and conversation, so we can get more people into these conversations, not just a bunch of social organizers and activists shouting over here, policy people shouting over there, architects coming together and saying, God, they don't understand what's needed. It's really about creating radical collaborations across us all. So I just wanted to invite you into why we thought this panel was a beautiful one to have, why Dark Matter Labs have been such...
Incredible introduction. You did a much better introduction than I could have done on our own work. So thank you so much. There's 4 of us. There's 4 people. Does the panel who can have discussion want to come up? That'd be great. Thank you.
Just while everybody's coming up from the panel, just letting everybody know that the workshop with footsteps is starting now in the tea room if you were interested in that. Otherwise, this panel will carry on in here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And do say if we're not speaking clearly enough, or if we're going too quickly, or you can't hear us. Thank you very much. First of all, it's an absolute honour to be here today. Thanks very much for inviting us, Imi and the Civic Square team. It's always great to be collaborating with yourselves, and it's really great to be in Birmingham and to be at the heart of this incredible place and incredible community, and to be sitting, as Claude said, in a swimming pool, which is absolutely brilliant. This building was opened, I understand, 116 years ago, and is about to undergo a 2-year renovation. But it was opened, I understand, partly to drive health and well-being in this community. Not just to go swimming, but to wash and to be clean and to be healthy. And now people are running yoga groups and all sorts of kind of like well-being events here. So very topical for our discussion today. First of all, I'd really like to welcome an incredible panel to talk today. And what I'd really like for this session is, we've had lots of different formats of discussion today, but this I'd really like to be interactive. And we're going to have moments in the sort of next 45, 50 minutes or so where I'm going to pause, and I'd like people to ask a question or make a point. When we do so, what I'll have to do is I'll probably have to repeat it so that the people on the live stream can hear it.
Last call to come forward if you can't hear. Please, there's lots of space, okay? They're really, really important to move forward if you can't hear. Thank you.
Or even if you can hear, do move forward. Because it's lovely to see people closer up. So, yeah. Come on, everyone. Don't be shy. We're not going to be... not going to bite. So I'm just going to introduce the incredible panel we've got here today. Alice is a social researcher working with organisations across the housing industry, looking at the evidence around social value and how they create that social value and how they create it through activities, especially in retrofit. And you've done a lot of work, which hopefully you'll talk about the link between retrofit and health. Salma is the Associate Director for Health Inequality's Birmingham and Solihull Integrated Care System. She has led on developing the 5-year inequality strategy, convening the Health Inequalities Stakeholder Board, and is also Vice Chair of the West Midland Mayor's Health Region Roundtable. Salma, is that all correct? I don't know how you find time to come here. Thank you very much. But also, she has a huge background in politics and has been named the most prominent Muslim woman in British political life as well. So we are really lucky to be here. It says here that you've appeared regularly on BBC Question Time. So I'm hoping today's audience will be slightly friendlier than that today. So yeah, but do ask some difficult questions as well if you need to. Craig is a chartered town planner at Arup in the local Birmingham office, and you've been working across lots of different placemaking projects, but also in particular for this conversation with Wolverhampton on the net zero neighbourhoods, which hopefully we'll come on to. And last but certainly not least, Kate, welcome. Kate de Salencourt is a writer and editor. She's got an amazing website. If you are interested in health, homes and well-being, definitely go and look at it, because there's some really amazing articles on there across the years that she's been looking at this on sustainable energy, the environment, and all other related matters. I suppose I just want to kick off by saying, obviously we spend around 90% of our lives in buildings, mostly our homes, and especially now our homes since the COVID pandemic. And so the quality of that environment is obviously incredibly important to our long-term mental, physical well-being, but also our productivity and all those other factors. And we've heard the kind of extreme, awful stories of people around mold and other things causing other problems. But just on a day-to-day basis, whether things are too hot, too cold, they're obviously really damaging for us. But also a healthy home can be incredibly enlivening and beautiful. I suppose, and we sort of want to hear, we hear the headlines. One of the big headlines is basically that leaky, damp spaces cost the NHS 1.4 billion a year. And last year, around 3 million households couldn't afford to actually heat their homes properly. So we want to hear, those are incredible statistics, but I suppose today I want to hear more about the actual stories and anecdotes about real people. So I'm going to start by asking Salma, if you're okay, to talk a bit more. Obviously your local knowledge is incredible. You see across the region, what kind of health issues and challenges and stories are you seeing and have you seen over the years related to housing?
Thanks, Dan, for asking me to go first. I actually came here to listen more than talk. You heard, the various job roles. My role is a strategic one. I'm determined to bring to the attention of those people who hold the budgets and make those longer-term strategic decisions about how that is going to be spent in the interest of our citizens. You'd think this kind of stuff has always been done in the NHS, but actually, no. It's been very siloed, whether it's primary care or our hospitals, and everybody's kind of got the pressure to deliver their specific targets. So the role that I'm playing is actually a new one in the kind of ecosystem of healthcare. But from day one, I was determined that we tried to take that step back and bring in the wider determinants of health. And of course, housing and air quality are absolutely key factors. The day-to-day pressure of the NHS is waiting lists, it's ambulance. I'm on call every fortnight, and literally, we're looking at where are the ambulances lining up, what are the discharge rates. Those are the kind of metrics that the NHS is measured against. And I don't need to tell anybody here that with the funding over the last, how many years now? The pressures of that, combined with the huge swinging cuts to local government under austerity, we have seen the direct impact on health inequalities. Already, you asked me to share what some of the issues are. The way it's divided up now, the NHS is divided up into 42 systems across the country. Ours is called Birmingham and Solihull Integrated Care System, so it includes all the GP practices, all the hospitals, and both local authorities, Birmingham City Council and Solihull Council. We happen to be the most deprived ICS, it's called ICS Integrated Care System, in the whole country. We have over 50% of residents in Birmingham alone living in the bottom 10th percentage of poverty. So we often think of, oh, it's just a few pockets or neighbourhoods, but no, the scale is huge in our patch. And Solihull, which we all kind of think is a bit more better off, because it is, but even within Solihull, you have pockets and neighbourhoods with equivalent deprivation. We're blessed with a very diverse population, in fact one of the most diverse in the country, if not in Europe. And as of last year, well actually 2021 census showed we are an ethnic, well global majority city. And even in Solihull, 20% of the population there is from, there's lots of different terms, but say ethnic minority background. But when you start mapping all of that, and then you say, well, where are the health inequalities? It's the intersectionality. First of all, deprivation, poverty itself is a massive, massive risk factor. The creation of the NHS came following the Second World War, and the idea was that we would start that levelling up. And it's played a huge role, massive role. But what the statistics show is that once austerity started to kick in from 2010, life expectancy started to go down. So we can literally see the evidence of that. And in Birmingham, if you live in Sutton Coldfield, you will live 10 years longer than if you live in somewhere like Balsall Green or Lascelles. And we see that pattern even like, say, in South Birmingham in areas like Druids Heath. So, crude language like the white working class areas, poverty has a direct impact on both how short your life's going to be, and then even within the shorter life that you have, 17 years of those years will be spent in ill health. So with some kind of long-term condition, whether it's diabetes or living with high blood pressure or CVD or some kind of respiratory condition. And you mentioned linking to housing. We know there's a direct link, absolute direct link with health and housing, exacerbated in recent years with the Ukraine-Russian war and the energy price hikes, which mean cold housing, a drop of 1 temperature, we know we're going to see a rise in infant deaths and elderly deaths. Just 1 degree drop. And people can't afford to keep their houses warm. And if you're already living with a disability, you're more likely to rely more on electricity for items that you need, as well as keeping your house warm. And so again, we are disproportionately impacted, and this results in deaths, in earlier deaths, and in poorer living conditions, which themselves then create the very conditions which make you more likely to get another condition. So respiratory, we know that we can patch up kids, babies, who are impacted by mold. They're coming to hospital. If you're going to put it in very harsh economic terms, quite costly, patch them up, they go back. They're going back to the same environment which is making them ill, which is why we need that joined-up thinking. That's been recognised, which is why the integrated care systems are talking about local authorities and NHS working closer together. Local authorities have got, obviously, more expertise around housing, but whether they've got the expertise needed for this agenda, the retrofit agenda, the air quality, the climate justice agenda, and then linking back to health, I wouldn't say necessary so, which is why places like this, the gatherings that you're having today, the expertise you're bringing together are so key. Because actually, the reason I've come here is, like I said, actually to listen, because I feel that the expertise and the experience and the skills that we need is here, and I would like to be that kind of conduit back, not the other way around. So if that's a very quick summary, there's loads I can say about health inequality, it's my passion, and there's lots to share, but I want to listen to the expertise on the panel and in the audience here, and happy to kind of come back when it comes to the discussion.
Thank you very much. And yes, do remember do get some questions ready, because I'll come out to the audience quite soon. But thank you, Salma. That was incredible. I mean, Alice, would you like to expand a little bit further and talk about some of the work you've done around connecting retrofit and health in particular, and the evidence and the strength of the evidence either way?
Hi everyone. Yeah, so as Dan introduced me, I'm a researcher, and I've done a large piece of work recently summarising that very complicated slide that you saw at the beginning, digging into all the evidence about how is health and housing and poor housing and energy inefficient housing, how is it linked to health? So as you saw from that slide, it's incredibly complex. There's lots of pathways where poor housing can affect your health. And as I was saying, like, overall, the sort of headline stats are, you know, that ultimately cold housing kills people, and that's really a depressing place to be, that, you know, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people across the nation die each winter because they're living in cold housing. And we know the kind of physical connections between that, so people with heart conditions, with respiratory conditions, older people and young children are more likely to be vulnerable to that. So I think it's worth knowing that as part of the conversation about retrofit, because if we focus just on properties, then we're just looking at what are the features of the properties. If we bring in the story about the people and the health and looking at where those vulnerabilities are, we can make a much more bigger impact. We can bring in the carbon savings and make a health impact as well. So I think we need to link those two elements together. So there is the physical health side, and as we know, if you live in poor housing, you're more likely to go to hospital and you know, as you said, burden on the NHS in terms of those admissions and things. But in terms of life impact, that's obviously very difficult for someone to go through and live through. So we know that there are particular groups that we could focus on to bring the benefits of retrofit and carbon savings, but as well the health benefits. Some of those groups are quite focused, so particular health conditions and older people. But one of the clearest evidence that's sort of coming out of this link between health and housing is actually around the well-being impact of living in a poor, energy efficient or cold home. And that, I think, is coming out really strongly, and it's quite a universal finding that there are multiple stress factors if you live in a cold home that you can't afford to heat. So you're worried about paying the bills. Your health is suffering, so you're worried about your health. You might be all crowded into one room because you're just keeping one room home, and that's stressful. I've got 3 kids, and I do not want to spend the whole time in the same room as them. And also things like, you know, worrying about paying the fuel bills and the lack of sense of control. You can't change it, and that's really stressful. So all those factors kind of pile on top of each other, and that's why when you look at the research, the physical health benefits are sometimes limited to those people who have particular health conditions, but the mental health and the well-being impact is quite universal across young people, across parents, single people and older people. So I think that's really important to bring into the conversation. It does make it a bit difficult because there's not a department for well-being, unfortunately, and not yet. But as Amy was saying in the introduction, I am sort of from the accountancy side of things to try and put some pounds and pence figures on those kind of softer impacts, to say this is part of the picture, that's part of the return on your investment. If you invest in properties, you not only reduce the energy, it's about improving people's health and improving people's well-being as well. And I think we need to build that into retrofit to be able to have that understanding and evidence, but also the stories of, you know, making that evidence personable, telling the stories of people who have experienced that, which is a big picture, but making it personable that people can relate to as well.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Talking about stories, we have another journalist on the panel. We had some earlier on as well. Kate, I'd love to hear any of the stories that you've been writing about and talking about over the last little period. I'm also going to ask if we can stop that person bashing whatever it is they're bashing. Yeah, thank you, Amy. Is there a mic on that side, or is this?
There is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that all right? Oh, okay. So I talk quietly, so there's only one lot of voice, not an echo. All right. Well, yeah, I was talking to Dan earlier, and there's a couple of stories stick in my mind. There are so many. One of them was a family that moved into a very deep retrofitted house in Lambeth, and the child had a serious lung condition, and he used to wake up in the night, and they moved into this new place which was warm and extremely well ventilated, and she said she never coughs anymore. This was like a 3-year-old kid, so you can imagine the worry of hearing your child cough night after night, and she says, no, I haven't heard her coughing, which is, you can't even put money on that, but obviously there is money attached to it. And myself, I've visited a project in South London where the kind of deck access 1930s flats, so quite nice to live in, I think, but very cold and prone to damp. And in fact, before they'd even come and done the energy retrofit, which was quite complicated because retrofitting around the balconies, they'd already put in very good ventilation systems that are very quiet, which is really important with ventilation. And I met a woman who just had hers fitted, and the whole family had respiratory issues. And so I said to her, so how have you all been since this was done? She just said, we can breathe. And it was just so powerful.
So moving.
Yeah, and just incredible. And it's, and that's the transformation in someone's life, really, from going home and knowing you're going to start coughing again to going home and knowing you're home. Big difference.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll hear a couple more of those great stories. I want to bring yourself in now, just to talk a bit more about this idea of health in a community and a place, because the work that Civic Square and other groups are doing is all about working together on some of these issues. And it'd be great to hear about the work that yourself and colleagues are doing in Wolverhampton around the net zero neighbourhood.
Thanks, everyone. So I was trying to think how to structure this discussion. I think I was trying to pick us up some key themes around promises, knowledge, places and people. Because I think sometimes you can talk about retrofit and it's about the building, but it's obviously about the people that live there and the impact it can have. It's been really inspirational hearing the rest of the panel talk today and think about my child at home, and I've seen him move house and his eczema's got a lot better from being in different accommodations. Do you start to see this in your day-to-day life and your family as well? So I think it's really important, really. But I'll start with the promise, and the promise was around, I suppose, what our leader, Arab, committed to with Andy Street in the West Midlands about working with Wolverhampton on their net zero neighbourhood programme before any of us really knew about it. So thinking about how do you follow through on that promise and make a difference in places, I think, for me, really. And as a town planner, that's really what I start thinking about. It's about places, how we sort of accommodate change and growth and make a difference to the communities in which change does happen. So promises are really important. Well, it's about knowledge as well, and obviously you'll probably be aware Arup is a big international company. We get involved in loads of different projects, tackle challenges that other people can't always address. So we know climate change is one of the biggest challenges facing us, and we try and get the answers. Not sure we always have all the answers, but we do try and get them. So we do a lot of work with cities across the world, and we prepared our Green and Thriving Neighbourhoods guidebook to help places actually try and deliver some of that change they need to do. And that's about the buildings themselves, but also about the places in the community that need to grow and develop as well. So that's really about that knowledge that we bring to this. And it's really sort of interesting to hear about that case you make for that investment and actually linking into the wider health benefits that are needed. We've done some work for Leeds recently about how we can sort of start to make that link between the stress and anxiety caused by people not being able to afford the heating or worried about when they're putting it on, and how that can strengthen the case for investment in these places, which is really important. Come on to the complexities of funding models for retrofit in a little while. Then it's about the places and people, and that's where we got into Wolverhampton. So when we were appointed by the council to support them on their funding bid initially, they picked the Graiseley ward of Wolverhampton, which is just on the southwest of the city centre, if you know Wolverhampton. But it's one of the most deprived in the country, in the top 10% of the index of multiple deprivation. So all the indicators indicating that it needs support. The communities there are struggling. But it's also a rich community as well. And actually, I think sometimes that can get lost in the discussion around how do you actually communicate with the people in these places to get the change that's needed. So in this particular community, I think nearly half of the people are from sort of black and ethnic minority backgrounds, but also up to nearly a fifth of the community weren't born in the UK. So you're talking about language here, and actually how do you start talking to these different communities about some of that change that is needed? That is a challenge. Fortunately, from our work in Wolverhampton, we didn't have that time to actually go out and talk to some of those communities, but I think that's a big challenge for me, how that is addressed. But then I suppose thinking about the health of the place as well. So Graiseley was in one of the sort of highest health challenges in Wolverhampton itself. We start looking at the place itself as well as a building. So obviously you had EPC ratings that weren't great in homes. You got the cold and all the issues that can bring. We start looking at the environment that's around there, and I was fortunate because I live relatively local, popped out and looked on the site, went to one of the sunniest days in the year that we did that work. So you start seeing how bright and attractive it can be, but then you start noticing the things as well that are challenges. So you've got gated off areas, you've got fly tipping that happens in the area, and then you start wondering what this place is like at night time for people to go out and sort of have healthy lifestyles, as well as during the daytime, where they always feel comfortable walking to some of the parks and green spaces they have in those areas, so they can live healthier lifestyles themselves as well. So I think for me, the retrofit, creating sustainable neighbourhoods, is really about understanding the place and the people at the heart of it. There's lots of challenges then in terms of actually how do you go into people's houses, do the retrofit benefits. There's a poster up on the balcony over there which talks about solar won't be enough. So we are talking about, it's these substantial changes we need to do to people's places, and that can be disruptive, and we all live different ways in our houses. So actually, how do we start having those appropriate conversations, getting people involved in this, so they're sort of buying into the process and sort of support that delivery? Because the danger is it will just be another capital program, someone coming in doing works, and then people are almost trying to live those same lives they've always lived, rather than some of the ways that we need them, that behaviour to be different going forward. And then I think just going back to that point around how we make the investment case for this, because this is a massive programme that needs to be delivered. In Wolverhampton, we were looking at a funding pot of about 1.65 million, which I think when we looked at it in terms of some of the interventions we could do, you're talking about 100 homes or so that could be improved with the level of investment that are needed. And that was part of an area of Wolverhampton where there's about 5,000 homes. So it's very minuscule, but you need those pilots and demonstrator programmes that you have in Balsall Heath to sort of start showing you what can be achieved at scale and sort of taken out to the wider community, really. So I think going back to what I said about at the start, it's around that promise to those places and communities that things will get better and that investment can be made in those areas.
Thank you very much. That's really beautifully said. I mean, so the situation that health in housing is a really interesting and very, very complex thing. You talked about behaviour, we've talked about kind of underlying conditions, mental well-being, physical well-being. I mean, Alice, are there easy ways of finding the connections between these that are kind of, which will allow us to talk about funding it properly? Because at the moment, that's not happening. Just wondering if that was something you thought was even possible.
I don't think there's easy ways around any of this, unfortunately. But I think with the changes to the NHS that Selma was talking about, you're probably better equipped to talk about this than me. But the changes towards a kind of a place-based population health approach means that in the kind of integrated care systems, housing providers, energy companies are around the table having those discussions with health. And that's the first step, I think, that we're on the same page. You've got plans that recognise that interlinkage between the two issues, and then start to think about how you can combat it. And then on the ground as well, trying to think about which stakeholders are impacted, that if it's about more than just energy efficiency, it's about health, then who are the people who know where those groups are that are suffering from those issues that are likely to be relevant to be improved through retrofit? What information do they have, and what relationships do they have with those people on the ground as well to engage them? Because I think one of the points that this flags as well with health and retrofit is that sometimes the people in the poorest health who can benefit the most are least equipped to go through that retrofit process and to engage with it in the first place, and that's the prospect of a big change to their home might be enough to turn them away at the door. So I think we need to think about the wraparound support from health and community support to guide and help people with health conditions who are going to benefit, but to engage with that programme and to go through the process as well as it's happening in their home. So it's about thinking about targeting the right people, but also getting them to engage in the journey and the support that they need to do that, I think.
Great points. I suppose then talking about back to money again, I don't want to focus on it entirely, but there has been some work done around through energy systems catapult, looking at some kind of early payback for people who are vulnerable. Some from an NHS perspective, like where is the NHS here thinking about in this space around kind of thinking about money and resources and how we focus and target and actually prevent some of these things from happening?
I think it's at different stages in different places is the honest answer. And so it's always looking to those who are a bit ahead of where you're at to kind of then put the pressure back on, saying, look, we can't just say this is too difficult or it's so complicated, because then it's kind of a get out clause. And there are places, whether it's in places in London or in West Yorkshire, where we've seen the NHS take up its role in what is termed as anchor institution. So as an example, the NHS is probably the biggest employer in the country. It has its own estates. We're talking about housing as in the homes we go back to and sleep in, but in terms of the estate itself, if the NHS was to retrofit or fulfill the net zero ambitions itself, that will have a big impact. The kind of thing I'm trying to, I kind of see myself as an insider outsider trying to constantly radicalize the kind of mainstream. So imagine having energy produced using some of our estate, not only to fulfill the energy of our own buildings, whether it's GP practices or hospitals, or for that then to provide the energy for that local area. You know, so talk about contributing to health and well-being. And you're saying we need a well-being directorate. Actually, we've got something called the Health and Wellbeing Board, which is the ultimate accountable board, both in Birmingham and Solihull. So the wellbeing agenda is one that is being talked about, that is being championed, but we need that imaginative approach and that alignment. And so as an example, I invite John, I mean, I'm a huge fan of John, I'm here because John invited me, that he comes to those stakeholder board meetings, he's presented what's happening in Balsall Heath, because I think for me, it's not just about saying, oh, look, here's the big people who make the big decisions, and here's those poor neighbourhoods, and we're going to come in and we're going to do something. Because actually, I mean it when I say I see the solutions here. I see people like Imi. I see, you know, what's happening in, you know, in the north parts of Birmingham there, what's happening in Balsall Heath. On paper, we can talk about all the poverty and the lack and the need, but actually the most creative solutions, which would not only benefit the local people there, but actually would benefit the whole city and indeed the country, are emerging from those very same places. And so connecting, you know, as you're saying, just bringing the right people together to have those exchanges is really, really important. So it may be slow and painstaking, but actually it's through those relationships, because do not underestimate, and I have to remind myself of this every day when I go into work, do not underestimate how people are living in their own bubbles and how removed people can be from the realities as well as the creative solutions. And so I'm, for example, just challenging this language around hard to reach communities, and even as a soft pushback where there's assumptions that people wouldn't be interested. It's an assumption that the green agenda is a white middle class agenda. And we're going to have to do something really complicated to reach those brown and black people and get the buy-in from them. And maybe we have to get the imam to persuade the people or the gurdwara. No, people are ready. People are willing. It's our services and authorities that have been hard to reach, not the communities.
Much of the knowledge that created so much of how we understand living in relationship with the land and nature came from the global south, came from life before, like the most recent colonizations, and so it's like this idea that there is that knowledge has been pushed down and it has been marginalized, and actually that relationship is at the heart of like why we have such a significant breakdown between people and planetary health, because we have colonized the world for its resources. And so, when that plays out to be like, oh, we didn't quite get there, or we didn't do this, it's actually just a 21st century version of of what's led to this. So I do really think it's important to bring that into the room, because it's literally like seeing the problem from the wrong direction, like literally the wrong direction. And so, sorry, I got really like, I was like, I need to say something.
No, it's great. Please.
Well, I take that as a huge compliment. It's about what resonates. And again, hearing your experience and having your lived realities being reflected is so important. It's so isolating when we do it. My actual background is a psychotherapist, so it's unpacking and witnessing that, and then valuing it and respecting it, not pitying, and having humility as to where the learning is. And there are hard cash questions involved. So the work that you're doing about articulating very clearly, well, if you're not going to be convinced by the moral argument, if you're not going to be convinced by the social or health and well-being argument, here's the money argument. Because actually what we're doing now is absolutely crazy. We're just throwing more money down this pit. And actually, if we do it this way, there's a real win-win-win. This is not just about it's going to be expensive and it's going to be a drain. This is actually going to make life easier for everybody. But the arguments do still have to be made, and we have to kind of gird ourselves with patience. We have to kind of make them again and again and again, because it's not like the penny might drop with one person and that's why working collectively in that stakeholder way, finding the right levers, find the right boards to have this discussion is still a key part. But what actually is going to feed into that is what's happening here. And so never ever underestimate. And it may seem a thankless job, and you may think you're not getting the attention or the notice or the support, and I absolutely can understand why you'd feel like that. But also don't underestimate that actually there are people noticing and there are people valuing, and that this space and you as individuals and what you're bringing to this is so key to our future.
I'm going to open it up now for any questions that people might have. There's a gentleman in the grey overcoat, I think it is. What will happen is, just tell me the question. I'll repeat it so that everyone can hear it, maybe. Just so also for those online as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panel. I do a lot of work with the community and with the Birmingham Black and Wildlife. I could ask lots of questions, but I was just thinking about kind of what the panel have said and about lessons learned and about the pandemic. And I want to know whether NHS listened, because this is very much, we're here to listen. So, what were the lessons that the NHS took forward when dealing with the pandemic on there, and how has it, what changes have come about that the community can see the benefit of? So that's just a question for all of you guys.
Great. I'm going to take another question, and then we'll have more than one question going. The gentleman at the front.
Well, I'm from Central Ladywood. I've been through a redevelopment in the 1990s, which is more or less done right. The tower block I lived in was retrofitted. It made an enormous difference, so it's been allowed to deteriorate again since. But we're now in the opposite situation. Back in the 1950s, the council has just announced that it's going to basically demolish the whole area, including most of what they did in the 1990s, hand it all over to a greedy developer, and we're being treated like cattle. Well, yeah, I mean, we're stage before, I think, regeneration or retrofitting or anything like that. We've got to force these so-and-sos to listen to us and work with us. And if anybody's got any ideas here, please tell us.
Thank you very much. Great, so we've got two quite different questions. The first question was about what we learned from the pandemic, or what have been the ramifications for this whole piece. Does anyone, my panel, yeah, Kate?
This is quite a sort of technical answer, but I do know that since the pandemic, one of the things that people became very aware of was the importance of good ventilation, as we understood it was an airborne disease, as a lot of diseases are, like flu and so forth. And it was noticeable that people in poorer housing tended also to be more prone to more severe COVID and more hospitalisations. And I think one of the reasons for that is probably if you can't afford to keep your house warm, then you're much less likely to ventilate it because it makes it colder. And there has been recognition that that ventilation is an important part of retrofit, and that people, if you just make people warm, that's not enough. You've got to give them a good air supply as well. And if the ventilation is noisy and lets in the noise from the street and so on, then that's not good enough. And I have seen, listening to people talking about retrofit, the big social housing decarbonisation fund programs that are going on, that it's being taken more and more seriously, which is good news. And on a completely unrelated note, more speaking to what Salma was saying just now, I did visit one of the SHDF retrofit programs in Kent, actually this was, and it was very noticeable, and the people who invited me to go and look at it, who were running the program, the contractors, said, we really want you to come down and meet the people on the ground. It's the best site I've ever worked on because it's really collaborative, and a lot of the really clever solutions to doing these tricky jobs, like fitting a window so it's not leaky and it doesn't get damp around the side, were actually, surprise, surprise, devised by the people actually up the ladders and on the scaffolding. And the culture on that site really recognised the contribution that the trades could make, and also they had a really good relationship with the community who lived in the houses, and similarly they found that really valuable to smooth the path to do a good job, because they would go round and just knock on people's doors and people would chat to them and they'd say, oh, they've left such and such not finished over there on Mary's house or whatever, and they had a really warm, friendly relationship with the people in the homes, and it just made the whole job run so smoothly. And this is one of the big obstacles, is that it's, as you say, if people just come and drop it on from above, then it's not well designed. If people talk to the occupants of the homes, and they talk to the people who are actually going to be using their hands to do the work, then you can design a far better job which works technically and it works socially and it's not as expensive. And you only have to do it once.
Sounds incredible. Thank you. Does anyone else on the panel want to cover off any of those issues around the COVID response? And I'm looking at Craig here mainly for the issue. I mean, this whole thing about demolition and redevelopment has become more and more an important issue, and not just obviously critically for the people who are living there, for whom it is a fundamental issue of their own well-being in their homes, but we've seen, talking about the narrative of the national press, I think in the earlier on session, this question of, say, the M&S on Oxford Street. I know it's a very different context, but that went right up to the Secretary of State to talk about, you know, whether demolition was the right approach and how you balance all these factors out. So, yeah, I don't know, Craig, have you got anything to say about that? And obviously, anyone else wants to talk about any of those issues?
Yeah, I think I'll look at it just in the context of, I suppose, those traditional models that are probably in place that sort of force people down certain routes through certain sort of ways, because that's how they get the funding or the decisions made on them. So just keeping it linked to the health discussion today. So the work we did in Leeds around their sort of social housing program was sort of how can you make that wider case with those wider benefits that retrofit can bring with it. So traditionally, when you, I suppose, applying for sort of Green Book compliant funding, government terms, let's try not to get too technical, but it's very much based on the sort of the energy savings for the user and the CO2 savings if you're going to be retrofitting a house. But actually, when you start to bring in those wider health benefits you can bring for this, so our study looked at some of the stress and the anxiety that's caused, and sort of when that was all factored in, linked to some research from the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, you started getting this benefit cost ratio, which basically, does it tick the box to get funding or not, and how strong is it? It went from I think we're 1.35 to a 2.15 when you brought in those wider things. These are numbers, they probably mean something to someone somewhere staring at a computer screen, but it makes it better by bringing in those wider approaches to see what's needed there. And I think this is where we've been trying to advise some of our clients recently on how to actually start repurposing some of those buildings. So it goes beyond just a retrofit, where you're seeking to improve the existing use of that building for the people that live in there. But we've also got, I suppose, buildings like the one we're in today. How do we sort of maintain that future for those buildings? If they can't still be used for a swimming pool, what else could they be used for, rather than that traditional model of demolish and build again? Because we've been through that time and time again. And if we're going to get anywhere near to achieving net zero, we've got to find those models to find those uses for buildings that, you know, probably have been sat there on the high street empty or will continue to come forward on the high street. What's the models we need to be looking at, the uses that people need to make sure that, you know, we get some of those wider benefits delivered in society.
I've got lots to say about COVID and the NHS, but I'll say just a few things. What COVID did actually was shine a light on existing and entrenched inequalities. And it allowed that to go further up the political and NHS agenda. So as an example, we know that if you're from a deprived background, if you're on a lower income, you're much more likely to die if you got COVID. And the same with if you happen to be from an African Caribbean or a Pakistani or Bangladeshi background. And it's interesting, the race element almost became higher than the deprivation element. 9 out of 10 of the first NHS doctors who died from COVID were Pakistani, Arab or black. And actually all were Muslim. So it shows the intersectionality of these issues on health and well-being, susceptibility, vulnerability to all sorts of income. So obviously doctors are not there deprived on the poverty level, but they were not protected when it came to being on that front line, perhaps not getting as much support or more further things being expected of them in an unsafe way. That's just one element. But from the wider population health point of view, for the first time, a national health inequality duty came into being, and that's where my role comes in. And we kind of were testing this out, we argued for this. And without boring with all the other details, one thing direct for communities is we have managed to ring fence here locally £30 million for a Fairer Futures Fund, which we've given over to the council to hold, but it will be for communities. And this is something that I've very much advocated for, and I'm really pleased I can say here's a tangible result. For initiatives which are not just your short-term 6-month contract, which is what small community groups are always having to fight over, but stuff which are at least minimally for 2 to 3 years. And another thing that we fought over, because we've got our 10-year outcomes framework developed around what are the biggest killers, what are the biggest contributors to ill health, so things like cardiac issues, diabetes, but managed to put in air quality as a metric. So here's a heads up, start thinking about getting together with other local groups and working together with local authority and NHS colleagues to put in a bid. I'm not saying it's massive amounts, you know, in the bigger scheme of things, but it's getting, it's a foot in. And that whole narrative about linking health and well-being agendas to housing and retrofit, we've got a tangible lever. It's not just, and it's taken a year just to work up some of the criteria and processes, and it's next 2 months, I think, you know, we'll be there, ready for communities to start bidding in.
Thank you very much. That's great to hear. And yeah, definitely important to actually have that funding in place for a little bit more time. We need to wrap up shortly. I thought I'd just finish on a more positive note, because some of this stuff can be quite difficult, by asking a question which is inspired partly by Imi, who talks a lot about the dream world. You know, what is it you would do if you could let your imagination run free? And so I'm going to ask each of the panel members if they had sort of essentially kind of like a magic wand or infinite power and money within, you know, what's the one thing that they would do to really address some of the sort of challenges that we've seen here? Who's going to volunteer to answer that? Go on, Kate. Thank you so much.
Is that on? Yes. Okay, well, I'm going to say one thing at the immediate practical scale, which is for respiratory nurses and doctors to be able to prescribe ventilation for people's homes. And on a larger scale, for the... there was a figure in the BRE research that Dan quoted about how so many £1 billion cost the NHS. What the BRE also found, which is a really important statistic, I think, is that every pound that the NHS has to spend because of the consequences of poor housing, there's another £11 in terms of all the knock-on effects to the economy. Someone not going to work because they have to take the kid to the doctor. Someone, you know, bereaved, which is, you know, someone losing a family member too young. The cost of actually just not being at work because you're ill, or not being able to work because you're ill. The cost of, as well as on top of the cost of things like hospital admissions. And there is some good hard data on hospital admissions in Carmarthenshire that did a massive study of, I think, 9,000 households, so it's about 30,000 people, and they tracked them over 10 years. Most of them at some point had some retrofit work done on their houses. And after the retrofit, they did all sorts of fancy statistics, but they showed a 40% drop in people going to emergency admissions in hospital. There's people over 60, and which is young, because I'm over 60, so it's a lot of people. And a nearly 60% drop specifically in people having emergency respiratory admissions. So the data is there. And if anyone's doing a project to respond to Salma's suggestion, ask John for my details and I can help you with the technical stuff to put in your bid.
What an offer. That's absolutely brilliant. So we've got money, we've got a way of finding the money. Please queue up at the end. Does anyone else want to have a bash at my Dream World challenge?
I think in a dream world, so I'm an impact consultant. I like to think about impact, but impact is long term, and I just get so frustrated by the, you know, we can't push beyond a political cycle. We've got to think long term, and if impact could be a real thing that we think about and drive towards as you know, a vision of where we're trying to get to, and that we could, you know, the funding would match that and follow that, that would be the dream world.
So evidence-based impact, yeah. Absolutely.
I don't know if it's appropriate in the hat that I've come in today. But I think we really need our whole political and economic system not to be geared for profits for the few, but for genuinely for the well-being of all. And that would mean very basic things like windfall tax on energy, put that into well-being, put that into retrofit, make sure that we've got sustainable fuel alternatives so that we're not constantly in this cycle, so we're not always having to react, and that we have that sustainable income. The NHS should not be an illness service, it should be a well-being service. We need to connect with social care as well. So you asked me for a dream world, that where we have a minimum basic income so that people are not, their talents and their contributions are valued, and you have the freedom to think, and you're not for me, debt is another form of slavery, mental slavery, as well as literally the kind of physical impact that it has. And I fear that our young people, through the student debt, are already, that's where I think it was a very sinister move, if I may say. So there are big, because you asked me for a big wand here. So those things, so that connection in the individual, your family environment, your street, your social, connecting right back up to our environment. For me, none of these things are contradictory to each other, but it is about, the fact that we have to keep making a certain type of economic arguments because that's the constraints of the political and economic. But they never tell us they can't afford a war. They never tell us, because the fact is the money is there. We're still amongst the top 10 richest countries in the world. These are human choices ultimately. And so it is about being awake. It is about making sure your local representative in the bits of democracy that we have feel that pressure from us. It is about being consistent. And finally, going back to what we've got here, it's been a joy being here. Look at just even the fact that you chose this space. Right, we could have had the same discussion in a miserable building and it would have felt very different. But we can breathe here. We can experience the sun coming through. We can see the beautiful colours around us. As human beings, these are things that are very important, evocative, and key actually to our spirit and who we are, as well as our physical selves. So it's this, Imi's dream world. Why can't we have a bit of that every day anyway?
And yeah. And Craig?
Literally, I'm in the deep end here, aren't they, physically and probably speaking wise. But I think for me, probably switching it from a dream and almost thinking, actually, it is about the delivery here. We need things to be happening in the real world, really. And how do you do that with retrofit and the wider benefits that can bring? And I suppose if you're thinking big, should there be some sort of national agency to make sure this happens? To think about what went through in Wolverhampton. We picked an area where there was quite a big mix of different housing typologies. So it wasn't just about the social housing there, it's about the private rented sector as well and the standards you get there. It's about private housing and actually how do you convince people to get involved, what the delivery structures we need. So I think actually we need a different approach to drive some of this forward and inspire people to get on and do the job.
Thank you very much. And can I just say, I haven't met all of you before, but it's been an absolute pleasure to hang out and have a great chat. And thank you for the questions from the floor. I just everyone can just thank the amazing panel in a normal way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And as we prepare to hear from an incredible neighbour panel this afternoon with John next, I want to just invite a few different things. My job is to weave between everything as well, so that's why I'm getting up. It's not just because I've got a lot to say, but I do also have a lot to say. But it's actually my designated job to weave things together. Hi, everyone on the live stream still. So first things first, I want to say there is, for those of you who are like, oh, I need to go and do something that engages my different senses, there's a foraging walk starting with Khadija and Jazz. That foraging walk is going to go and look at our urban environment, forage, and then that will be used at a beautiful tea station at Zero Carbon House tonight. So if you think I need to go and shake off and go and do that now, you are more than welcome, because next bit will also be recorded. But I want to say thank you to everyone. And I guess there's a couple of just links to make. for everyone. And if you weren't here this morning, but if you were, you're going to realise that John and I have made a pact that even just in this festival, we're going to keep repeating things. So if you weren't here this morning, we said that there's an invitation and an access fund for anyone who wants to come and travel the country and see other ways and other things that are happening. And I guess pulling from this panel, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone for the depth and the dreaming and the activism, and just bring a few different layers, because I think when I talk about the dream matter, when Civic Square talks about the dream matter, I think people get oh yeah, but in a dream world you're talking about it's like saying to my kid, I'll build a theme park in my back garden. And it's no, that's not what we're necessarily talking about. We're talking about, can we imagine that other worlds are possible? So when you guys were talking about, does there need to be a national agency, or does there need to be, what's the big moment? I want to draw us back to that moment we talked about last night. Wow, it's not been that long, this morning. That we're really interested in, and how Claude was talking about this, the 30-year journey and the move of community-led housing going from, in this country, kind of fringe activity to becoming part of the political cycle and large-scale legislation. The story that we're telling here is that we are the generation that is showing on the edge what could happen. We are the people who will demonstrate in practice what that new agency might look like, what that new social settlement might look like, what the NHS of our generation might look like. And I think that there's a couple of provocations we want to bring, and we want to connect you to last year, and I know Bing will be sharing a lot of this on our socials as well. But last year we had a really profound talk from a neuroscientist from Turtle Island called Araceli Camargo, who talked about this intersection between biological inequity and where you live, and the deep interdependence between people and planetary health. And I think one thing that's really important from a Civic Square perspective is that when we're talking about this dream world, it's not a world that's not been understood before. It's not a world that hasn't been often erased in places across the global south, where we had indigenous land defenders, for example, really deeply understanding what happens when you are colonized and polluters come and mess up your air or the soil underneath your land and other things like that. And so I wanted to introduce you to things that, if you're thinking, it was all good and well talking dreams, right? But that's not real. We can't actually do that. And I want to invite you to shift your gaze. I want to invite you to think, where am I looking? So one example is we have a series of postcards at the back, 15 essays that we commissioned from scholars, practitioners, activists from all different backgrounds who were reimagining economic possibility, talking about other ways of living and being, not just in a cuckoo land that doesn't exist, but from different knowledge systems, from non-Western epistemologies, from the hearts of communities that are often termed as hard to reach instead of purposely marginalized by the systems of knowledge that we lift up. So if you're interested in going, okay, well, that dream bit did interest me, but I'm not activating my imagination, please pick up some of those cards, have a read, talk to Magda, who helped bring that series together, about where can I connect to other things. My spirit was really interested in that. Secondly, I think also this idea of what was talked about with the demolition and the horrendous stuff that's happening in Ladywood Estate right now, which is only likely to get worse as council finances are completely trashed and more things are sold off to private developers. I think we at Civic Square really want to invite you to also remember that you don't just have a professional hat on. Some of what people and people movements can do is make things like demolition of communities that the mainstream believe it's okay to be disposable of. If the council came to Moseley and said, we're going to demolish like a house full of a street full of £1 million houses, the way everybody would have their hands up in the air, but the idea that we can demolish half of Ladywood, and it's just like, oh, well, unless we can get an economist to come and tell us why it's better to retrofit. And it's a real invitation, and I know Charlie talks about this a lot, about to unpack who we are without our professional hats. What do we think is okay? How are we showing up into this? Is that just like somebody else's problem? Does your company not deal with that? Is that not where you live? And how do we make it criminal to demolish at that scale? How do we not leave the people most marginalised by our current political systems to also fight their own battles on something like that. And so there is so many different layers that I want to invite you to. When Salma was talking about an economy that moves beyond, she didn't say this in these words, but I've forgotten what you said, but something along the lines of focusing on well-being. We did a whole piece of work with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in our neighbourhood, but also thousands across the world, actually more than thousands, are doing so much work on an economy that goes away from GDPs and GDP as its sole marker, and profits for the few or shareholders towards community wealth, towards living in balance with people and planet. This is not a mad dream that a few people are thinking of. There's a whole movement about our economy is no longer fit for purpose and we need other imaginations. We are not the only people doing that work, but if you want a way in, pick one of these up from the back and have a look and go through the links and start seeing thousands and thousands and thousands of people are saying our economy is not fit for purpose. It can't just prioritise profit, and it can't just keep trashing the planet just for what humans need and then get what humans need but still leave a massive proportion completely unable to live well, let alone thrive. So when we're talking about dreams, we're not talking about some utopian land, that's all stars and you know what, we're all going to skip through the fields. I mean, that will be lovely, and I love skipping through a good field. We're saying, how do we look at what we call it fact-based dreaming? How do we look at what we already know from history, from other viewpoints, from indigenous peoples, from worlds beyond colonization, from progressives and amazing people doing amazing work, from everything we're about to hear from the next panel, and how do we tap into that? And finally, if you're interested in that piece that we were talking about, and this is, it's again not just about our work, it's really about just giving you a portal, because we're down the road, it means you can come and see it. But this idea that even, there's lots of things we need to do at scale, but one of the things we know is we need more skills and contractors and neighbourhood-based organising, right? In Knoll West, we're going to go there. If you want to come, remember Access Fund. You can come to Bristol with us. We can help support you get there. They've got a microfactory in their neighbourhood. We're going to be trying to build that in Ladywood. But we have been doing a programme, again, Magda and Khadija can tell you loads more about this, called Trade School, which is really about embedding skills around retrofit, around many other things in the neighbourhood, so that we don't just have to have contractors that nobody knows, that come in once in a blue moon, are not bad people, but are incentivized in very different metrics to the ones you would be if you live in a neighborhood. And we've been doing some of that in Ladywood, just down the road. You'd be more than welcome to come to the next sessions. I'd thoroughly recommend it if you want to see it. Why am I saying all of that? I'm going to just wrap up by saying, for us, when we think about dreams and imagination, it isn't just about cuckoo land. It's about something that we believe is about demonstrating the futures we want to see today, even if it's in the smallest way possible. If that means going to stand in solidarity with the Ladywood Estate group that are fighting both for their own homes, whether that is going to bring your skills to a trade school, whether that's bringing some friends here tomorrow, or whether it's something much bigger. It's about being able to demonstrate that now. And if that idea of demonstrating and rehearsing the futures and freedoms we would like to see really interests you, I also want to do my last shout for a beautiful festival happening in London, which we can also support if anybody would like to go, and I think called Rehearsing Freedoms, really based on this idea that in order to escape the tyranny of the systems that we feel we can't break through, how do we create pockets of imagination and rehearsals of those futures in our streets and neighbourhoods in the smallest and biggest ways? And that's on rehearsingfreedoms.com, and we're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to have a look, and we'd love to support anybody who would love to go and see some of that. So I want to say, huge thank you, because the interplay between those of you with deep knowledge of the systems you're in, the research you're doing, the knowledge that you're bringing, and this space of neighbours, community and imagination is a really, really important one. And this tensions that sit within it, we should feel really liberated by the imagination, and we should not feel like, oh, that's just a cuckoo world. And and to try and build those bridges between new economies, between different ways of organising our skills, of activism, and not be scared of saying, like, no, some of this is activism. We have to fight against systems that treat communities as disposable, that treat demolition as something that can just be done. And we know, and if you're interested in that side of things and holding larger systems to account, we'll be hearing from a lot of people across the festival who are also holding things like the big polluters in your place to account, the things that aren't just to do with if you eat more fibre days, if you go for a walk, if you go and find a green space, but when someone's pumping out terrible stuff into your air quality or in the noise space or in construction. So to say that we're really grateful for all of this and all of the conversations, for your work, and keep questioning, keep bringing ideas, keep saying what you want to hear more from. As we do a small changeover, we're not going to do a pause here. We're just going to change over into the foraging workshop, into hearing from an amazing group of Balsall Heath neighbours. Feel free to pick things up if you want to hear more. If you need a break, please head out, but we're going to carry on in here for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Meet Jazz at the back if you'd like to go to the foraging workshop. We're going to go straight into the residents panel now, so Balsall Heathens, please come forward. Just while the residents take their seats on the panel, I just, following up that health session, I think there's another question to be asked on health, which is really the health effects of retrofit have been amazingly described by the panel who are just leaving. But I think there's perhaps even a multiplier effect. What if the health of the retrofit of our neighbourhoods was led by the community? I think all those impacts, those positive impacts, which could turn around the negative impacts of health we were talking about, could be multiplied. I don't know how many fold. This will be a written question to the panel. If it was a community-led retrofit. So I think we've got everyone at the front. Oh, not quite. Yes. Do come forward and fill up the seats at the front, please. No, that's fine. Okay, everyone, we're going to start the residents panel here, and we have, this is really the topping the bill of today, I'm sure you'll all agree, with a star-studded cast here. I'm so grateful that people have come along, and what we want to do during this time, and just everyone who's from Balsall Heath here, because we've got so many, everyone will have to keep quite short what they say, but I think we still want to hear from everyone if we can. And we're very aware, having done this community-led retrofit work in Balsall Heath over the last year, that not everything has been perfect, but we are really, we're grateful for the work which has been done, and what we want to do in this session is really to celebrate what has been good, to be honest about what may not have been quite right, but also to look forward to the future and treat it as an imagination lab to say, okay, this went wrong, but in the future, this is what I would like to see. Now, we've got, I think I was going to get everyone to introduce themselves, but because we've got so many, I'll just go round very quickly. We've got Rajan here and Fran, who live in housing co-op houses, which are yet to be retrofitted, but have now got funds. We've got Dan Gregory from Birmingham City Council, who was one of the project manager leads from the city, who was able to help us to get much more community leadership into this scheme than we might otherwise have had. We've got Angie Page. We've got Jan holding not her baby, we have to say. Jan holding Sabrina's new baby. Sammy, thank you. We've got Sabrina holding baby Noah and Furkan. We've got Navin, Mr. Khan, Marta, Shaheem, Noreen, and Joe. Marta, I know you've hung on and you've got to go quite soon. Okay, you can stay. Okay, fine. So I think, as Mr. Khan, as you are the most venerable citizen here, I wonder if you would like to start by just saying what's been good, what's been not so good about the scheme, and what you would like to say.
But everything, they done good jobs, panels and all these things. I couldn't say anything else, but they done good.
You've been a real street champion on Melrose Avenue, where Jan lives as well, and I think we signed up 95% of Melrose Avenue with your help, didn't we?
Well, thank you. I try my best to please, but you can't please everyone.
But you had to wait a long time in the middle as well.
Yeah, I've been waiting a long time for panel, but end of the day, they done it. And the lady come last November, and she wasted about 1.5 hours checking everything and photos. After that, I didn't hear anything at all. That's I can say.
That's lovely. Thank you for sharing your story. Maybe we'll just pass the microphone around and people can share their personal stories. And I think really just to look at, what was good, what wasn't so good, but particularly what we can learn going forward. So, Navin, and we should just say Navin lives on Court Road in a house that was designed in the 80s, 70s, a newer house than many of the houses residents here live in, which are sort of pre-First World War houses. Navin.
Hi, so we live in a 70s semi, and we weren't expecting any work. I did a bit of door knocking with Joe and John, primarily targeting the Victorian houses, which obviously are, more leaky and need more work. But yeah, we were one of the first actually on the road to get our. We got solar panels. We got, they came to sort of plane some of the doors so that they fitted and there were no drafts. We got some extractor fans put in the bathrooms, it's great. It's all been really good. All the contractors that have come, multiple visits, all came when they said they'd come. All the contractors came, didn't leave any mess, tied it up. It was brilliant, and even the scaffolders came and told us what to expect. And actually, when the scaffolders came, the solar panel guys came exactly on the same day. So it was, couldn't have asked for anything better, really. One slight thing, one door was slightly off, and they haven't come back to do that. That's the only thing, but not even worth mentioning really, because everything that they promised they delivered. And just looking at the last 3 months of energy usage, my electricity bill has certainly, it's gone down by a third at least. So, can't ask for, a lot more than that. And it's been a really good process, and, thank you.
We had our old house get retrofit with the solar panels and some insulation on the loft. We got to use it like maybe for a month or two, but we sold our house afterwards. We didn't get to enjoy it much, but it was brilliant. Everything was smooth and installed quickly. I wasn't even expecting that to be done when we first signed up, but it was great. Within 1 year, we got all those installed. And in terms of energy usage, the usage, kilowatt hour usage, is definitely dropped significantly, maybe 60%. Of course, it doesn't directly reflect to the bill like that, but it is brilliant that we don't use that much energy from the grid anymore, at least in the summer. So I didn't get to experience it in the winter, but I believe it's going to be good as well. Yeah.
But perhaps we could just check as well, because Furkan and Sabrina's house, we were all hoping that the big gable end wall on your house, where can I stand where I'm not showing my back? We were all hoping that the big gable end wall on your house, where there was a huge heat loss, would have had external wall insulation. And we came and we did an interview with you earlier, where we were talking about the huge heat loss from this one wall, which wasn't dealt with as part of the scheme. So I don't know if you want to, and I think it was in your house as well that we were riffing with UB40. There's a who we should credit, who obviously formed as a band only 100 yards from here in the Moseley School, and there was a rat in the kitchen. There's a rat in the kitchen. What am I going to do? I'm going to retrofit. That's what I'm going to do. But sorry, I'm digressing. I really wanted to talk about the end gable wall, because it's typical of so many Balsall Heath houses.
Yeah, definitely. I think when we moved into the house, actually, we quickly noticed that wall was getting wet and the cold was coming through in. And Furkan, maybe you can talk a little bit more about what you did actually, because we tried our best to solve the situation, but yeah.
We are end terrace, so that wall is literally covering whole house for us, every room. So it's a massive wall exposed to just outside directly, and I guess there's no insulation at all. Probably it's a cavity wall, but we didn't have any. Unfortunately, the fund was not enough to cover that. We were hoping that it would be actually better to get it insulated than maybe solar panels. But it was an expensive thing. So many houses have that same issue, and terraced. So I guess it would be brilliant to somehow have, maybe cheaper solution but efficient, so that we don't lose heat from there. And also there's no damp because of that. I think they call it consolidation or something. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I live on Melrose Avenue also, along with two other people here. I live on Melrose Avenue, and I was so excited when I heard about this project, because once the cost of living went up, I was finding it difficult in a house on my own, 3-bedroom house by myself now, and I was worrying about the bills and the cold, so I was so excited. And then a little disappointed, because it was all supposed to be done by the end of July, and I hadn't heard things, and I didn't do anything about it, because I just thought, well, I was lucky to have it done. And anyway, I now have solar panels, which are absolutely fantastic. I only had them fitted last Friday, and I've already done 2 loads of washing with the courtesy of the sun. So I'm really chuffed about that. I've had a new back door and vents and things that they put in the bathroom to let the air out. Ventilators, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it has been a bit confusing because different people have phoned me up and said, we're so-and-so and we're coming, and I don't actually know what they're coming for till they get there. So I have been a bit confused, but because I've just been so grateful to get it, I've just, woo, okay, come and have a look. And so I'm just happy that my house has now got solar panels, which also, although I will benefit from them, if I want to sell the house, it will be a benefit as well. It will up the price of my house, I assume. Not that I'm planning on going anywhere yet, Mr. Khan. But, so yeah, I'm really, really, really pleased. And not as worried about the winter as I was. I was really, really worried. So thank you very much. Retrofit.
Hi, I live in a house off Ombersley Road, down by the Ladypool Road, and it's an old Victorian terrace, 2 up, 2 down, very drafty. And I was lucky to have all new windows, a new front door, and loft insulation, and extractor fans fitted to the kitchen and to the bathroom, which is amazing. I've lived there 26 years. And I had double glazing put in, but obviously 20 years ago. And some of those windows were broken, so in terms of safety, it's made a massive difference to me, and I'm hoping as well to see the benefits of that in the winter. Having a new front door has been amazing as well, and in terms of safety, that's been a massive improvement. And for me, the scheme has been amazing. The workmen that have come have all been really lovely. I've got a bit of a menagerie of animals, so I was really worried about dogs and cats and things, and they were all amazing with that. The only thing initially was the delay from signing up to the scheme to not hearing anything and nothing happening. But as soon as things started happening, it was really quick. But that kind of, like we were saying about looking back and what do we need to learn from this, that kind of communication bit, because I know John gets lots of questions where you were being asked, and then we were contacting Dodds and Birmingham City Council, so that would be the only thing. But yeah, no complaints at all.
Do you mind if I do take a second just to contribute a little bit? I'm mainly here to listen, because it's really important that I hear what's happening, but the good and probably more importantly the less good, the bad. And what I want to be doing is actually taking that, learning from it, and making sure we as a council, and the wider team, the wider delivery team, all learn from that and actually take it forward into future projects, which I'm very confident there will be future projects. There will be more funding at some point. We don't know when it's coming or where it's coming from at the moment, but there will be more funding. And the council is, excuse me, absolutely committed to scaling up the delivery of retrofit across the city. I've been part of the team for just over a year, and it's been a really steep learning curve for me, I have to be honest. And one of there's a lot I've learned, but one of the really critical things that I've learned is this absolute need for the kind of ground up, community-led approach. We've tried before leading things as a council, leading this type of project as a council. We don't have the trust, we don't have the contacts, we're unable to kind of build that trust in the communities that people like John and Nigel in Acox Green and Mech have been able to do. And so we absolutely recognise that this sort of approach is essential, and we'll be kind of promoting this as we move forward. And a lot of the work that I'm going to be doing at a more strategic level is considering how we now scale up retrofit. And one of those areas is how do we engage better. We as a council, we know there's the appetite, but we haven't done a very good job of kind of harnessing that, and so we need to improve. So we're here to listen 100%, and we know things haven't been perfect. We know the communication's been poor. Don't want to make excuses, but just to kind of give an indication what happens. The project is incredibly complex. There's too many organisations involved, too many people you have to contact, and these are all things we need to improve. And we're working in restrictive kind of criteria as well. We're working with incredibly tight timescales that come from government, and we're feeding all this back. So you feed back to us. We are constantly feeding back to government as well, and we're hopeful that they will start to listen. But I really appreciate this, and very, very grateful for all your feedback. And it has been fantastic to be part of this team, even though I may not have been all that close on the ground meeting people, but to have been part of the wider team has been superb.
I'm going to come over to Noreen now, just taking up Dan's point of here to listen when things go wrong. So, Noreen, you've come along.
Hello, मेरा नाम नोरीन है. मैं नंबर 2 हैरिफोर्ड एवेन्यू में रहती हूँ. Last year, okay.
I've been asked to translate. I'm multitasking today. This is Noreen, and she lives at number 2, Hereford Avenue.
जी, लास्ट ईयर नवंबर में मैंने फॉर्म फिल किया था ग्रांट के लिए, लेकिन कोई किसी ने उस वक्त का मेरे साथ कांटेक्ट नहीं किया ना. मैं एवरी टाइम फ़ोन करती रहती हूँ, लेकिन nobody contact me.
I think you heard the last bit. She applied last November, but she hasn't heard anything back, even though she's tried to find out what's been going on.
Now we're over here, let's keep going around this way.
Hello, मेरा नाम शाहीन कौसर है और मैं नंबर 4 में रहती हूँ, मेलरोज एवेन्यू. Yeah, my palace they done my house and वो उन्होंने palace मेरे घर लगा दिया.
मैं बहुत खुश हूँ.
हाँ जी, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ. उन्होंने पैलेस और मेरे घर लगाया. मगर nice, thank you so much.
She's at number 4 Melrose, and she's had a good experience where what was fitted? The solar panels have been fitted, and she's really happy with them.
And I think your house was one of the very last that we signed up in Melrose Avenue. We tried to knock on the door many times, and then your daughter was there, who's a nurse, was working very, very hard, working nights. And when we came and we talked about insulation, she was sort of, well, okay, maybe that's an interesting thing. But then when we talked about it being part of a much bigger thing, that we would love to do, planting trees, growing vegetables locally, looking at how we could have better transport choices with our bicycles and everything, then your daughter really lit up, and she was so enthusiastic. She was one of the one of the most receptive people that we met. So I think I'm so glad it went well in the end. I mean, that was again, it was I think it was November that we signed you up, and it's I know it's been, not everyone has said, but some of these waits have been really anxious times for people. I think we should say, not knowing if they've fallen out of the system, not knowing what they were waiting for, if they were waiting for something, what was happening. So, you know, it's lovely we're having this panel now at this time when nearly everyone's work has been completed. But I think, you know, there are lots of nodding heads on the panel here that there has been a lot of anxiety, and not everyone wanted to come down today. But there are some people who have written to me, or I've had conversations with, where they felt really that the system has been exploiting them, and that they're sort of very unhappy about various aspects that this is being done to them, and they haven't had a say about what, and they were promised wall insulation. A lot of people have sort of, you know, said, well, we were promised wall insulation and loft insulation, and the assessor came and said, oh, your house really needs this, but then because of costs and so forth, that wasn't allowed. So I think it's you know, I'm just representing other views which haven't been audible yet here on this panel. But I'll pass on now to Marta, who has very kindly stayed late because you had another commitment. So thank you for staying, Marta. Hear your story.
Hello, so I'm Marta Vizcayetano, and I live in Mary Street. And so first of all, to say that, so their members have said, it has been very inspiring to see neighbors in my street for the first time talking about retrofit I knew about the scheme because one of my neighbors knocked on my door saying, Marta, your house is in tatters, which is true. No, I'm honest here. Have you heard about this? So that kind of spirit and that kind of initiative, I found it very, very powerful. And also the notion, as other people have said, that is not something that we are applying for individually through schemes that you find online. The fact that the area is improving as a community, I think it creates synergies, and it also helps to change slightly the impression and the self-perception perhaps of an area that hasn't had as much visibility and as much investment as other neighboring South Birmingham areas. So I'm very positive about the scheme in principle and about the work that Retrofit Balsall Heath did in leveraging the money. Now, building on what Dan has said, I think for me what has been an issue has been the implementation, right? And I'm building on points that I think other people have made about thinking about homes, not units, and about people being at the center, not as somebody that they are done things on their behalf, and the impression that because it's for free, we should be grateful. It's not free. I mean, it's money that has been advocated for by people, and that actually, basically, I think all the contractors charge. So it's not free, you know. And I think for me that's an important point. So from my side of things, I got loft room insulation, back door. Front door is coming, because I think they hinged it wrongly and it opened outwards. I've also had, oopsie, yes, right, left, out, in, basic concepts for doors, I think. And also a kitchen window double glazed, for which I'm very grateful as well. I guess what I would say is I found the communication very poor. As Jana had said, different people in different project stages kept popping in, disappearing, things stalling. No clear idea from the beginning of what was going to be done. And taking into account that some of the measures are very, very technical, I pick on the point that has been made before about it's not that we are not ready, it's that there has to be investment in explaining to us what the measures involve and what options we have in ways that are accessible, not technical. And I'm a technical person in my own field, you know, but I think I've had a master's in retrofitting in the last 6 months. True, I think we should all deserve a master's in retrofitting, community retrofitting, but basically, to get to the point, I think key points I found is that there was very little accountability. When things get wrong, each contractor kept blaming the previous ones, saying it wasn't them. I keep chronic all emails and records of our calls, right? Things happen like no records made of visits that had happened to my house, no records of the people that had come to my house, and decisions made before about the measures to be installed in my house that had been confirmed to me, then queried afterwards. So if I hadn't advocated very strongly for myself, instead of all those measures, I would have just ended up with front and back doors, which is still good, but we go back to the point. Just because they are free, I don't think, you know, it is just a matter of being treated less respectfully, perhaps. And last point I would make, I mean, sometimes when I challenged, you know, saying, yes, I haven't imagined surveyors coming to my house, I was told things like, oh, you may have misunderstood, or, oh, you may have confused those tradesmen with some others going to your house. I had to constantly provide email proof that the measures had been agreed with me already. And when I asked for complaints protocols several times, none were facilitated. It was never very clear where I could talk about constructively about what was being wrong. And I guess my final point is that in a community as diverse as Balsall Heath, assuming that just because I'm accented, I don't understand, well, I've been here 25 years, perhaps you don't understand me. I can guarantee you I understand you perfectly well. And I think it boiled down to the point of perhaps contractors very, very divorced from the community that they are serving. They see perhaps the council as their client as opposed to the houses that they are visiting. And to me, there is a fundamental issue of accountability and respect. And all those delays, all those repeated visits of people that theoretically hadn't been to my house ever, despite the fact that I had their mobile number when they called me for addresses, etc. Don't know, it's money wasted that should have gone to retrofit yet more houses. Sorry if I've gone on a bit of a speech, but I felt that the angle about consideration and respect of diverse communities starts by treating us as stakeholders as well, not as people to whom things are done, so they should be grateful for any freebies. So thank you everyone for what you have achieved, and I hope as well that colleagues that are visiting us do pick up on those points.
I think that's really interesting because I've just felt like I felt grateful for everything, and I've sort of let people in and offered tea and answered because I feel grateful. So I think, and you're right, somebody else said that to me actually, it's not about being grateful because the money's there, and some of the things that happened were wasting money. And so I didn't say that before because I'm so high on the fact I've got solar panel and I had some good things, but yes, we heard that.
And the community should be treated with dignity, and like we can critique systems, and we shouldn't just be in this charitable recipient mode, because it's also our taxes, it's also lots of things that contribute to this. So I think these two things can be true. You can be grateful and say we're not just people that should just do whatever to us because thank God we're getting something. I think those two ideas.
If I may, it's not something. If I may, it's not, I don't think I need a mic. I'm Spanish, I'm loud by definition. All right, okay, you know. So yeah, like normally people tell me to tone the volume down, not the opposite. So I guess what I'm saying is that sometimes it's not a matter of the money. It's a matter of thinking the point you made before, I think colleagues made before in other panel. Yeah, I think it was your point actually about, it's not that we are not ready, but what do we need to engage and to understand and be in control. And a simple thing that costs no money is when something is a commitment to put it in writing so that stakeholders, homeowners, have evidence, something they can chew, understand, go back to, refer to, and they cannot be challenged like I did. I was constantly about, oh, you must have not understood well.
I think it's really powerful points that Marta makes, and I think, you know, respect is absolutely essential. But I think there are 3 points I just want to draw out, and I know not everyone's spoken yet, and you're not forgotten. But, you know, I think from what Marta's been saying, I think respect is absolutely key. And I think you've made that point very eloquently. I won't go over it again. I think the fact, the stakeholder point, I think is really important. That we, the community, campaigned for this money. We went to the council before even LADS 3 had been thought of, and we said, this is our vision. We want to do a community-led neighbourhood retrofit. We are the community. We've got all these organisations which are already here. Our mosques, community interest companies, different Saheli Hub, for whom we're going to hear tomorrow, etc. We have been talking about sustainability for decades, and I think we should flag up as well that the IFES, the Islamic Federation for Ecology and Environmental Sciences, was founded in Balsall Heath in the 1980s. Kamran, who's going to be speaking here tomorrow, has been chair for many years. They're one of the signatories on the chart up there of the Climate Majority Project. Jules Thompson, aka the poet, who was speaking earlier, is part of that. But I think so as stakeholders, the community is an essential stakeholder here. But I think the system, and we're very grateful to Dan and to Yingman and Jenny in Civico, and everyone who's been involved, who've helped us to sort of claw back as much community ownership and of this scheme as we can. But still, we have to say that this is despite it having been set up without the community as a stakeholder, without a table at which the community has a seat, and therefore without the sort of management and accountability and so forth that we would want going forward. If this is an imagination lab, let's imagine. And in fact, I don't think we even need to think, you know, that this is absolutely not cloud cuckoo land, as the way Imi put it earlier. But I'm old enough to have been involved in the last stage of the Castle Vale Housing Action Trust, which was the board of the Housing Action Trust, which regenerated Castle Vale, was a majority of local residents, and there were others on that board who were technocrats, lawyers, architects, etc., to make sure that the decisions were informed decisions made by the residents. But the decisions were made by the residents, and the successor of that in Castle Vale still goes on, structured rather differently. But I think it is not at all unrealistic to say, look, community-led retrofit needs to have accountability to the community as well as to a supply chain and a contractor and so forth. That's the second point about stakeholders. And the third point you make about people coming into our community, I think you put it, who may not understand. I think one of the shifts we've been talking about is to neighbourhood collectives, and those who weren't here earlier, I think it's worth reiterating this, that if we had, like a sort of local GP, if we had somewhere in the neighbourhood where we could train up local people and younger people to give jobs, to give skills, and to recognise that in our community there are lots of people who perhaps have been fitting windows for 30 years, may not have all the pieces of paper, but are well skilled to do this work. And if, as part of a scheme like this, which has had to go through government procurement, there could have been training up and mentoring and skills and people brought on board to do that. But looking forward for the next stage, it would be lovely that those local skills, and Civic Square are doing this trade skills initiative at the moment. Cheerio, Sabrina and Vakan, lovely to see you, are doing this... doing the trade skills program at the moment. People from Balsall Heath have been on it, and I know one person who's actually resigned their job and wants to train as a carpenter with retrofit skills as a result of that. So I think if we in the community can do this for ourselves, in the sense of having a sort of stakeholder and sort of governance and so forth, but also literally in learning to do these skills. Some of them are very technical and perhaps not, you've got the masters in retrofit already, you may not want to go further and learn how to do the technical bits. But I think some people in the community are already skilled to do this, and certainly people-powered retrofit in Manchester have been pioneering that sort of model where the local community are trained up to do those things. Sorry, I've said more than I meant to at this stage, but I just wanted to bring those 3 points out of what Marta has said, and I'm going to hand the microphone on to Fran and Rajan here.
Hello, I'm Fran, and I'm not in this particular setup, but this is absolutely fascinating. Rajan and I joined the Balsall Heath housing co-op about 1.5 years ago. And so basically, we are owners of well, we're not owners, we're shareholders in our community housing. So we set the rents, we decide what actually happens, and part of it is trying to develop a community spirit with the housing. It's split into 2 types of housing. One is about, we are in a 70s kind of block, and there are about 3 of those within the housing co-op. And then there are a number of Victorian houses that are sort of scattered, or another block of them. So it's, more recently, we were part of a bid through West Midlands for a whole lot of pots of money to go into community retrofitting for social housing. This is different to the private housing. Our experience so far is that we've heard that we have the money that was bid for. We understand that this is the situation. But it is very interesting to hear that actually we're in limbo, and it may be that we don't really discover what the actual practicalities are of us going forward for our Victorian housing. And we seem to have quite a big time frame, which is not the same for your project. Your project had to be done within a very short period of time, didn't it? Ours has a longer period of time, but we could just be going towards the edge of a cliff, sort of. We suddenly have to do something at the last minute, and so it is about the communications. It's understanding what's happening at West Midlands level, and we don't at the moment have any idea. But we do have, as shareholders of the properties, we have an onus on us to bring the level of the properties up to be retrofitted to a level C. Otherwise, we cannot rent out. And we rent out at really reasonable rates. Because we govern ourselves, we can do that. We can keep rents within affordable limits. And there are not very many co-ops. There should be more of them. There is a new one in Sturchley going forward, but the cooperative movement, particularly for rented accommodation, is really having a bit of a difficulty at the moment all round. So I would urge people, if they feel that they want to be in rented accommodation, to try and push for cooperative housing, and that this is part of our community.
Thanks, Fran. I think one of the best things for me of living in Balsall Heath is the retrofit, is this whole thing that there are people within our community who are bringing all our different communities together. The fact that we're sitting here, so many of us, too many to have much time to speak. It's very beautiful. And one of the things we're doing is we're changing our lives. We're making ourselves more comfortable. We're making having more money in our accounts because we're spending less on energy. But one of the things we're doing in doing this is we're consuming far less fossil fuels, gas, electricity, coal. We're really reducing this. And so what we are, all of us in Balsall Heath, we are climate activists. All of us, everybody in this room is a climate activist. Everybody who is having this done is making a small step towards ending the fossil fuel era. Okay, we're in the fossil fuel era, so for the last several hundred years we've been dependent on fossil fuels. Before that we didn't have them. And we're seeing that the fossil fuel era, either we end it ourselves, we human beings, we end it, or the fossil fuel era will end us. You know, extinction. This is how serious it is. So that's a big thing. So we can't be thinking about that all the time. But what we are doing is we are activists in our community, and coming together, becoming resilient like this, getting to know one another's faces, eating with one another, drinking with one another, becoming a coherent community is really important, and also working across communities. This is one of the wonderful things that's happening in this organization, which John is leading, and others. I just want to say one more thing. This morning I was in Birmingham with other people, and we were going to people who are insurers and HSBC, people who are investing in fossil fuels, and we're asking them to stop investing in fossil fuels, in coal, basically because they're killing our species, killing our world. And so I've got this sticker which says, "Climate crisis, are you ready to actually do something about it?" So we've been sticking these around. So all of you are part of this. You're part of this non-violent civil resistance to fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajan. I'm just...
The installations about climate justice equals racial.
Yes.
Sorry, carry on.
I just want to bring in Nigel Lloyd now, because Balsall Heath has been generous with the funding. That part of it has gone to Acox Green and part to Tyseley. And as Nigel's here, and I think it's important, the Acox Green story is told as well. Nigel.
Deepest sofa I've been in for weeks. Nigel Lloyd, Acox Greener, which encompasses both Acox Green and Tyseley and Small, and Hay Mills. But everybody forgets Hay Mills, including me. I wanted to make a few points about the experience in Acox Green and Tyseley has been very much the same as here. One thing that has been a big issue has been GDPR. Everybody saying that you can't say anything or share any information because of GDPR. As a result, the only stories that Acox Greener has heard has been complaints, because when they failed to be able to get through on the telephone so that they only got an answer phone, or when they, basically all we heard was the complaints. Now we've been able to hear through neighbours and our own links some of the positive things as well, but we need to set up systems so that people can get access to at least their own information, so that they know what's happening with their application, so that they know what's going to happen next, so they know what decisions have already been made that they haven't heard about, so that they get information that isn't a standard letter, the same as people who are having doors put in, or the same as people who are having solar panels put in. There's at the moment, there tends to be a single letter which is absolutely generic, so you don't learn anything from it. So that was one thing. The second is that retrofit is not a single thing that happens and you're finished. We need to think of retrofit as being something that is a continual process, and that we need to tackle the things that are most important first and then move on. At the moment, nobody is considering cooling of houses. I'll bet you in 5 years' time, we're thinking, God, why weren't we doing anything about that? And why weren't we, at the very least, making provision for cooling in the future? Why weren't we making space for ducts where cool air could be passed through when we were putting in things for radiators? So we need to be thinking in a longer-term way and realize that this is just a journey, and we're not going to get to an end. We're just going to continue reacting to changing things. So that was a second point. And attached to that is that the measures that have been considered acceptable under this project, haven't been, they've been too restricted. So that, for example, although insulation, external wall insulation and internal wall insulation are permitted, we've only got, I think, about one of them, maybe two of them, as demonstrators. Similarly with heat pump, there's, I think, one house that's had a heat pump fitted. Now, it's wonderful that they have been able to do that. That's super that they have been flexible enough to do that, because at least now we have one that we can point out to people. But Acox Green hasn't been told which ones they are, and we don't know because GDPR doesn't allow us to be told. So we need to include ventilation right definite at the beginning, but also we're aware that the whole supply chain is very, very constrained. I did a whole lot of retrofit on our house, and we have mechanical ventilation with heat recovery. And when we had the heat wave a year ago, it packed up and died. It was all too much. A great sigh, and off it went. We've spent the last year, first of all, trying to find people who are able to supply equipment. We found somebody in Scotland. This is the second city of Britain. We then tried to find somebody who could install it. We found somebody in Kent. We kept on trying. We found somebody nearby, Nottingham. So somebody comes from Nottingham to do it for us. And this is mechanical ventilation with heat recovery. I'm sure it is true also of external wall insulation. We've noticed already that there's a lot of solar panels being done and a lot of kitchen and bathroom ventilation being done. These are important, but we need to get the insulation done first, and it's not being done first. And one last point I'd like to make, please, is that Dan, who's here, Tonya, who was here earlier, have been absolutely bloody fantastic and have completely changed my view of Birmingham City Council and its effectiveness and so on. We haven't talked at all about Section 114 and bankruptcy of Birmingham City Council. I think we're all praying that it doesn't bring a halt to these things. But I'd just like to say that please make sure that your group continues, and it's made a huge difference, and I've been impressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. I think we've got a few more minutes. I think I just wanted to ask, looking forwards, if anyone here has got ideas, if we think of this as an imagination lab, as you know, we've heard some really powerful stories from people, and I think if we're looking at this as an imagination lab, I think we're in such a privileged position in Balsall Heath that we have been doing community leadership on this, which no one else around the country really has done in this way. So from where we now are, which we know is not perfect, but it would be lovely if anyone's got sort of, you know, final thoughts as to what you would like to see as we go forward for the next stage, because I'm well aware Balsall Heath is 4,900 homes. We've had funding to do 520, some of them are in Acox Green and whatever, and those that we've done some work to, some of them have just, because of the limitations of funding and so forth, have had a room in the roof insulated, their loft, but the rest of the house has not been treated at all. Some of them have had solar panels, which is great, it can cut the energy bills, but it doesn't actually reduce by 1 single kilowatt hour the heat loss of those properties. Imi's got a point. Yeah, materials. All right, Joe wants to say something, perhaps about...
You carry on. No, it's not. If you're going to do
materials, yeah. I mean, I think the materials which have been used in the project, we had no input into at all. Some people have said, look, I've got my lovely old timber windows. There's no way I'm going to let them be ripped out and put plastic windows in. And I think there hasn't been complete transparency from my point of view as to what's been on offer. And I think I think if we're trying to move forward, and there's a wonderful display from Andy at the Architects Climate Action Network, give a wave, Andy, about natural building materials. We heard from Jules earlier about hemp, growing hemp in Suffolk, to use natural building materials, both for the health of the planet, lower carbon emissions, for the health, as we've been hearing on the Amazing Health panel earlier. I think the materials part is so important to be using natural building materials where we can going forward. And Jo had a point. I will now pass over to her.
Thank you. I'm just so delighted to have this gathering of our Retrofit Balsall Heath community here. So much of this work is relational. It's about relationships. It's about building relationships with our neighbours and making our neighbours friends and supporting our neighbours. I want to just highlight, we've got these fantastic installations here that I hope everybody's seen as they came in. at the top here by Faisal Hussein. We have climate justice equals racial justice. It's absolutely key to what we're doing here. What? Exactly, racial justice equals climate justice. And up here, we've got, there is something fulfilling about belonging. And that's what we're doing. We're belonging to each other. And one other thing that you were saying about the dream, that bit, I think we need to, it's been a journey for Mr. Khan to come all the way here from Melrose Avenue. You know, it's an achievement that he's come today, that Noreen is here, that Shaheen is here. For people, it's a journey within our neighbourhood for people to travel to another bit of the neighbourhood. I have a vision that we can travel as a community to Machynlleth, to Wales, to come together to really travel in this ministry of retrofit, to share our experience, and that will help build us going forward too. So I just want to appreciate all these different, the journeying that we need to do together.
Guest appearance from Daniel Camp from the Dodd Group, who some of you may know is the building contractor who's been doing the work.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I've been sitting in the background this afternoon just talking to a number of people as I've come through and listening to what everyone has to say, primarily to take on board all the points, including yourself and everybody else, the good and the bad, as Daniel Gregory said when he spoke earlier on. That feedback will be taken back and put into place 100%. This is a massive scheme. It's the first one of its kind. It's the largest in the UK, I believe, Daniel, isn't it? So it's been no small feat for anybody involved, and the team have gone through a massive learning curve. But it is good to take the feedback, and I can promise everybody that that will be put into place. Just something that John talked about the sustainable materials, because that's something a lot of customers have come to us about, or a lot of homeowners have come to us about. Unfortunately, because it's a government-funded programme, the materials that we use have to be quite specific to be what we call PAS compliant, without getting into too much technical detail. But to get the funding from the government into Birmingham, and for that funding to then pay for the work in the individual properties, we have to meet very strict criteria. And unfortunately, a lot of those criteria at the moment are material biased. So it would be great to lobby government and go forward and say, why aren't we fitting timber high-performance windows? Why aren't we fitting more sustainable insulation measures? That would be perfect, and we would like to see that happen. But that's something that has to be driven from the top down. But having said that, if you drive it from the bottom up and pass that message up from the community and the end users, which is yourselves, that's a great message. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Daniel, for coming along and being brave enough to enter the lion's den, as it were, to hear what people have got to say. I think we're probably wrapping up now, unless anyone has got any final comment from Rajan. Looking forward.
Yeah, looking forward. One thing, Daniel Gregory is in the room still. Daniel? Okay. One thing I would like to address Birmingham City Council is that what I would like to ask is to be bold, be Birmingham, and to make the Balsall Heath a training hub for retrofit in Britain, in the West Midlands and in Britain. And I would like our Birmingham City Council to put money into that. And I would like them to work with people who are in a position to do top quality training, and we'll take advice on that and who those people are, and to make that happen. So that is a solid request I would like to make, that we become a training hub.
Well, I think on that very positive note, we'll finish the panel now. Some have had to go early because of childcare or other responsibilities. But please give a huge round of applause to everyone who's been brave enough to come here and tell their stories.
Thank you so much. I think we're closing the day now. I just want to say a huge thank you. That to be able to sit in and listen to that conversation was a huge privilege, because I think that when people see these shifts, when they see them just like that, people will say, oh yeah, Civic Square, they're in Gaga land, aren't they? They love saying things like, let's move away from individual customers to neighbourhood collectives. Let's move away from house by house to the street as a living system. Let's talk about air quality and how people travel, and let's move away from confusing intermittent information to empowering knowledge systems and all of this, right? I'm not going to go through it all again. And some of you will know that for many years, Civic Square and Impact Hub before it is well known for feeling right on the edge. But and people get annoyed with us because that sort of dream, things could be different, feels really frustrating. But we all know, and from the lovely people who spoke, and what a privilege to hear from that, we all know that big systems map I showed at the beginning of the day, the best way to actually really see all of this in practice is just listening to people. People are saying, this is not based on some consultants sat in a room. This is based on people who've been in their neighborhoods and working in them every day saying, hey, we can tell you if we move beyond just a contractor coming to 50 houses individually to this, and I know there's lots of bureaucracy, I know we need to work on legislation, I know we have to lobby for natural materials, I know for some reason we have to lobby to not destroy the planet even more with solutions that are actually quite dangerous for going forward, and we know that we're going to start talking about things like ventilation and be like, why weren't we dealing with that? Now, I'm not saying that means that we ignore all of the complexity, but when people tell us that we don't understand and it is too complex and communities just need to be grateful for what they get, this is fundamentally wrong, because in this conversation, everything here was talked about from a human perspective. Pollutants and the fossil fuel era was talked about. Materials and petrochemicals were talked about. Confusing systems, gaslighting of communities of you should just be grateful. You should just be grateful and don't say anything else. Or all of this was talked about. That can't we skill people up in our neighbourhoods? And so it's not bonkers. All through history, when we make those massive shifts, they come because the edge becomes common sense and because what we have to do. And I really I'm so grateful to John and to all of you for allowing us from across the road in Ladywood to sit and be part of this, because I hope that really shows that actually all of the stuff that is often told that we're too complicated, we don't understand, communities are often gaslighted into being like, maybe you misunderstood, or like, maybe this is the only way things can be done. And we know that small hacks within the current system could also be really transformational, not just the big radical changes. Yeah, well, we're very grateful. Well, and thank you so much, because, being in another neighbourhood and being, welcomed like this, and it was brilliant. I know the whole Civic Square team were just sitting back and being like, what an honour. Thank you as well. So, I'll pass over to John and to Charlie if they want to share any last remarks, but remember the dinner is this evening. We would love to talk about this in the way that we know builds all of the revolutions, which is relational and connected and over food and over our shared goals and differences, hopes and dreams. We hope to see you back here tomorrow. Remember, it will be a child-friendly space, so encourage your children, your neighbours and their children, because we will have play workers and so on going on. And don't forget, if you want to come to Wales, to Machynlleth, to anywhere else, you're more than welcome. And if Charlie says something, he's done a lot of work in the background with John on this. If you fancy to randomly, spontaneously break into a happy birthday, it's actually his birthday today as well. So I'm going to pass over and ask you if you've got any things to share, and feel free to sing happy birthday.
Take it. Oh, no. Thank you. I don't know if you could tell, I was trying to speak so quickly that there wouldn't be time for that, but you got in before me. Thanks everyone for being here. It's been an amazing first day. This was the first day of the entire festival where we'll be going to all of these different places. So I don't have a huge amount to add on all of the richness that we've already covered and spoken about and reflected on. Just maybe more of a direct invitation to, really just consider coming along to these other venues with us. If you're coming to the dinner this evening, find anyone from the team, talk to us about it, and we can, help make it happen, because we'd love to have as much continuity between all of these venues and all of these sites as possible. And it would all be all the richer for everyone being there. So, thank you again, and hopefully see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Charlie. Wonderful. And we're honoured to spend your birthday with you. And just very, very briefly to close off, it would be wrong not to mention the MEC Trust. Khalid has been in hospital today, had hoped to be with us, and Taz hasn't been able to be with us, but the MEC Trust have been such a key collaborator with Retrofit Balsall Heath here, and some of the difficult stories have gone straight into MEC's office, and they have had to deal with all that, but they've been fantastic collaborators. I think 6 of them have trained up in Retrofit. A year ago, when Taz does a presentation, he was saying, he hadn't heard of the word retrofit. They have come up to speed, just as Marta was describing a master's in. So big shout out and thanks to the MEC Trust. I want to tell one story and then just a final thing. When Josh put up on the screen a number of the stories which were told earlier, there was a headline about heat pumps, and this group campaigned on a development of 550 homes in Balsall Heath, where heat pumps had been prescribed by the local planning authority as required for the development. And the developer then put in an application to say, we don't want to put in the heat pumps, but the community came together. There was a huge campaign. It was in the Birmingham Mail a couple of times, and I'm pleased to say that the developer turned tail and fled, and the application to take the heat pumps out and put in gas boilers, which would have polluted the whole of Balsall Heath with nitrous oxide emissions and pollution and terrible carbon emissions and everything. And people here understood that, and they campaigned vociferously against it, and the developer withdrew the application, and the development is well underway now on the old Joseph Chamberlain site with heat pumps in it. So a great story of community coming together. The artworks by Faisal Hussain have already been acknowledged, and he's recorded a little video. He sends apologies, he wasn't able to be with us today. But the point which came out of Jules Thompson's presentation earlier, I think, is the one I want to end on. He was talking about motivating people in Suffolk, and that shared values and kindness and belonging were what brought people together, and touching the heart is what brings people together, not statistics about carbon reductions, but touching the heart, shared values. And this piece of Faisal's, there is something fulfilling about belonging, is exactly that point: shared values, kindness and belonging. So huge thanks to all our speakers today, some of whom have had to go. Huge thanks to Moseley Road Baths for hosting us, for Civic Trust for making it all happen, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Many thanks.